Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Welcome back, if anybody remembers what we've been doing in this game the last time I touched it, but for those of you joining us for the first time, or those who haven't been here in a while, which includes me, unfortunately, welcome, and thank you for dropping in. Yeah, no worries, Daka, believe me, totally okay if you lurk. I've barely been doing anything but lurking in anyone else's streams for the past nearly a year. Well, actually, it will have been exactly a year in a couple of weeks since we officially started work on the Elden Ring strategy guide. It will now have been, I want to say it was like the second or third week of November that we officially received our first batch of assets and we're actually able to start doing any meaningful writing. So, yeah, exactly a year. And that will have been a year of me not having time to stream. So once again, for everyone who's just dropping in for the first time in that year, I apologize for my absence, but that's why. I have been working on the official strategy guide for Elden Ring, and I know some of you are sick of hearing that because you've heard it a few times already, but word seems not to have gotten around, so I want to make sure people know that I haven't been dead. The foreign operatives haven't gotten to me, it's just, that's where I've been. Vamsing, this was originally released on the, I want to say either the DS or the Vita? Or maybe it was the PSP, I don't remember which. But this game bounced around from handheld to handheld and then eventually to consoles and ended up as a port of a port on PC, which is the version that I'm playing. So it's been all over the place. It's made the rounds. And yeah, Pixel, this game's art is one of the things that drew me to it. I had heard about it many years ago, because it's been around, I think it came out in, what, 2006 or 2007? It's not a new game. But it's been re-released a number of times on different systems, and it's had some content added to it in a couple of those releases. And in fact, I think in this release, it has a bunch of, I think, just extra dungeons. I'm not sure if there's any other content that was added to it, but it has a bunch of stuff that was not in some of the earlier releases. And then I guess there were some things in the earlier releases that didn't make it into this version, which I believe were DS-specific features, if I understand correctly. Well, thank you, Devilish. It's nice to have my voice heard again. I've been able to do, I think this is maybe my 7th stream in the year since we started working on the Elden Ring guide. And I say this every time, but I miss it and I miss all of you. So I'm glad to be able to find the time to do one of these. Lumino, hello and welcome. Miscreant, I'll be honest, I've been kind of terrified to read the reviews on Amazon. It's funny, there was an interview with Hidetaka Miyazaki when the Demon's Souls remake came out, where somebody, I forget who it was that was interviewing him at the time, but somebody asked him if he was planning on playing Blue Point's remake of Demon's Souls. And his answer was basically, no, there are too many memories associated with it, and anyway, I'm afraid to listen to what people are saying about it, because I don't think my heart can take it if people don't like it or if there's criticism. And being in sort of a similar situation with the guide, I kind of understand how he feels. I'm not sure I have the heart to read the Amazon reviews. I mean, I'm sure they're fine. Goodness knows we put enough time and effort into it that I hope the reviews are fine. But I kind of don't have it in me to look at them, at least not right now. Yeah, Vampsing, this is Shiren 5. I believe it's the 5th game in the series, and I don't know if that counts spin-offs, because I think there might be some spin-offs as well. Oh, 2010, Denim, okay. I thought for some reason it was a little earlier than that. But still, it's a 12-year-old game now. Oh, and apparently, I did not know that there was a newer release than this, Denim, although the fact that that release is on mobile for Japan does not surprise me. Well, Mortiferu, don't feel bad, neither does anybody else. Even 2 years out, it is still impossible to get a PS5. People are still just unable to get their hands on the blasted things. Yeah, I'm as surprised about that as you are, Denim. Although, I guess maybe Spike Chunsoft saw it as an easy opportunity to make a little bit of cash in Japan. Because, I mean, you could defecate onto a plate and serve it to the mobile market in Japan, and they would buy it up in droves. That's just how they are about mobile games. Well, Lumino, I don't think Bluepoint anticipated that the system they were designing the remake for would turn out to be impossible to buy. Remember, the remake was not exactly a launch title, but it was within a month or two of the console launching. And so Bluepoint probably had no idea when they were developing the game that there were going to be such awful supply issues with the console when it came out. They would have had no way of knowing that. And Cesartlu, thank you so much for resub. Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, Pixel, I had to go through a bit of a tedious and elaborate process to get mine, but I ended up getting mine not terribly long after launch as it was. Of course, right about the time I got my PS5 was when we started working on the Elden Ring guide. So I got the PS5, and then it ended up just sitting there collecting dust for the next year while I worked on the guide and didn't have time to use it. So after all the trouble I went through, the damn thing did me no good anyway. Oh, Miscreant, I didn't realize there was a special edition PS5 for God of War Ragnarok. Unless it's just a regular PS5 that's bundled with it. Oh, that was nice of you, Magnus. It was sporting of you not to just buy up the second one. I know, Devilish. I am aware of that. But since I've already streamed all 3 campaigns in the original version of that game, I don't know that I'm going to be covering it. I did consider requesting a review code, but there's a very, very, very low chance that I would get one, and I would only end up covering it as a one-off, probably, if at all. Mortiferu, that's a good question, but considering where all of the other Star Ocean games have gone pretty much after 2, I don't have any appetite for that series anymore. They just don't seem to understand what was good about the originals and what they did wrong with all the newer ones. Yeah, Miscreant, I wish I had more time to do more stuff over on YouTube. I wish it were a more conducive platform of that. And congrats, Sisu. Oh, it's just a regular PS5 that comes with the digital code. Okay, Miscreant, I gotcha. Pixel, it was for most people for the first several months after release. It was a Demon's Souls and a Returnal machine. Those were pretty much the only real games that were explicitly for the PS5 that were out anywhere near launch. And Monotone, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. Well, I'm glad you're excited, Devilish. I hope it's good. It seems like they made some significant improvements to it, but... Oh, yeah, thanks, Magnus. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. I'm not sure I have any interest in it. Square Enix has just killed Star Ocean for me. I will eventually be playing God of War Ragnarok, however. But I do not know when. Probably at least not until after the second book of the Elden Ring guide is done. And at this point, I don't even know when that's going to be. We're supposed to be making an official announcement soon about its current status and its release date, but I don't know what the status of that status update is, so I'm probably best off not saying anything. Ah, well, Monotone, at least it's over, and I'm sure you did just fine. Really, when did they add co-op to Returnal, Magnus? That's news to me. Well, fingers crossed, Devilish. I hope so. Yeah, Cisartlu, ever since Star Ocean 3, they just turned into these cookie-cutter, bland, uninspired anime games with insufferable characters, badly written stories, just really poor, inconsistent pacing, combat mechanics that were really tedious. I don't know, I can't. I really can't find any interest for the new Star Ocean game because they've done so many games that were like that. Yeah, keep me posted, Magnus. I'd be interested to know if this one's any different. Well, good, Monotone. Congratulations. Ah, Warhammer, Mortiferu. I don't know the first thing about Warhammer, other than that one of my moderators is into it. Cyborg, I'm sorry, did I miss a question from you? Which game series were we talking about a minute ago in terms of... Oh, yeah, Star Ocean, Cyborg. Star Ocean was originally developed by Enix, and then Enix merged with Squaresoft and became Square Enix. And ever since then, that series, it was... everyone thought it was dead for a while, but then they brought it back, and then we all realized that it would have been better off just being left dead. I hate to have to say that, but... Ah, you're into the lore, Mortiferu. Okay, see, my other mod, Mantis Man, is into the miniatures. He builds and paints them. So that's the only real context I have for Warhammer. As for this game, though... this, for anyone who's not familiar with the Shiren the Wanderer series... In Japan, I believe it's called Mystery Dungeon Shiren the Wanderer, or something along those lines, and... it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a Mystery Dungeon series. Kind of a dungeon crawler with kind of quasi-procedurally generated stages. Or aspects of the stages are procedurally generated. It's... Yeah, Denim, I don't know if you would call it a roguelike or a roguelite. Or something in between. It has aspects of rogue. But it's not what I would really compare directly to Rogue. And I haven't touched this since probably maybe 2.5 months ago. Because, again, all of my free time has gone to the Elden Ring strategy guide, and I've barely had time to fit in a stream edgewise. And the couple of streams that I've done in the last month or two were to check out patch updates to Elden Ring. Hey, Nobleman, welcome! So, I haven't touched this game much in the past couple of months. I've messed around with it a little bit off stream just to get a feel for some of the things that I didn't understand fully, or that I had forgotten how they worked because I hadn't streamed it in so long. Sadak, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yes, Pixel, I believe this is also on the Switch. I'm not sure which version of this is on the Switch, though, Pixel, so the version that is might have slightly different content compared to the PC version, which is what you're looking at here. A new Pokemon game, Mortiferro. God, see, I've had so little time to do anything but work on the guide, I haven't even kept up on news about the latest games being released. This is the first I'm hearing about a new Pokemon game. Is it a mainline Pokemon game, Mortiferro, or is it like a spin-off? Is it a Pokemon Go type game? Ah, interesting, Rolls. I don't touch Nintendo products these days for a long list of reasons, but I hope you enjoy that. Oh, Rolls, it's a mainline game, or games. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. They usually release them in pairs, don't they? What are these ones called, Rolls? It's a mainline game, but they're bringing in some neat stuff. Okay. All right, Sadek, have a good one. Thank you so much for stopping in. It's always good to see you. Yeah, the previous new Pokemon game that they released on the Switch, the 3D one, where you run around in a 3D environment and throw Pokeballs at Pokemon, and all of the battles take place seamlessly. That looked neat, apart from how badly it seems to run and how poor the graphics are. But system-wise, it looks like it added a lot of really good QOL. Neo Shadow, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Is that what that one was called, Denim? Fake Account 2014. That is a... That is probably the most honest username I've ever seen on Twitch. Props for that. Hello, Schlemp Brother. Welcome. Yeah, Denim, it's the one with the Arceus cell phone. I remember that much. I can't for the life of me remember the title. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear it's at least been decent, Rolls. Okay, Vamp Sing, enjoy your bad game. Have a good one. Scarlet and Violet. Huh, okay. Similar in setup to that, the new one has 3 different stories you can play through. Interesting, okay, huh. Yeah, Rolls, they've got the formula, and you know how Japan is once they've got a formula. Heaven help you if you try to change it or deviate from it. Although, to Nintendo's credit, or I guess I should say to the credit of HAL Laboratories, because they're really the ones at the helm, HAL Laboratories and the Pokemon Company anyway, at the very least, it seems like they've been making some effort to improve the quality of life in their games, which... even though I haven't played a Pokemon game for probably about 10 or 12 years, I still appreciate. Magnus, there are probably fan mods called that. I'm sure they exist. But, yeah, to catch everyone up on what progress has been made in this game since the last time I streamed it. None, really. I've made a few trips to dungeons and messed around a little bit with item synthesis and fusion, and I still have the equipment that I was using during the previous streams, but I made a rather annoying discovery, which was... here we go. I think I stored that stuff. Yeah, here we go. So, previously I was using these weapons, which I had gotten in one of the, I believe, bonus content dungeons that I foolishly decided to try to do at the beginning of the game, and I got partway into it and just got blown up by a dude in a tank. And one of the folks in chat was kind enough to rescue me from that dungeon, and I ended up making it out with these weapons. But as it turns out, this weapon and this shield, every time you hit an enemy with the weapon and every time you get hit with the shield equipped, it costs you money. And what I did not realize about these was that the more you level them up, the more money it costs to use them. And so over the course of doing a couple of off-camera dungeon runs, they ate up all of my money. And I ended up broke, so I had to switch off of using them. And I have these instead. This is what I ended up with. And this is fine. It turns out that this set of equipment actually has a really interesting set of abilities where apparently the sword is capable of throwing fireballs, and the shield, I guess, makes you immune to magic projectiles, or magic projectiles no longer have magical effects, they just do a little bit of damage. And apparently the sword and shield are part of a set, and when you equip them together, they, I guess, increase the damage that the fireballs do. Yeah, Activision weapons, exactly. You have to pay more to use them the longer you've been subscribed. And I did a little bit of reading on a couple of game systems that I wasn't clear on, since I didn't have the opportunity to stream and I didn't have chat here to provide easy answers. So I ended up doing a little bit of reading and inadvertently came across a list of different synthesis recipes for different runes that you could put on your weapons and shields, because I was trying to understand how that system worked. It wasn't really clear to me after the first couple of streams, so in the process of reading up on it, I found a list of runes, and one of them in particular looked really interesting, so I gathered up the materials for it. It's this blue flame rune here, and I figured that maybe since the sword already throws fireballs, maybe adding the rune to it would increase the fireball damage. I haven't actually tested these yet since I put that rune on it, so I'm interested to see how much difference it makes. And now that we actually have a little bit of time to play this game, I can finally test that. Well, yeah, Romalyn, but every JRPG handle... Well, I shouldn't say every JRPG. A lot of them do, in fact, use the exact same systems, but some of them handle things differently. Okay, Lumino, I'm really interested to hear what kind of assignment you're working on, but you can tell me all about it another time. Good luck with your homework. Thank you for stopping in. Ah, one of those classes. I'm sorry to hear that, Lumino. Hang in there, and good luck. And hello, Wanderer in the Dark. Welcome. Well, besides FF7R and Final Fantasy XIV, Cyborg, there's a reason they leave Yoshida alone and don't screw around with his projects. Alright, let me see if there's anything we can do before we go to the dungeon. Oh, Romerlin, you're talking about Yojimbo. His one-shot ability is not exactly reliable. You have to pay him quite a lot in order for him to have a decent chance of using it. But yes, yeah, his ultimate move will insta-kill any enemy in the game, including the final bosses, which is just silly. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, in the international version of Final Fantasy X, where they had that optional super boss, Penance, and the Dark Aeons, it would one-shot them too. Which was really silly. On the other hand, I appreciate games that aren't afraid to give the player the ability to do something like that. I don't remember what any of these NPCs said last time we spoke to them. So I guess I wouldn't really have any way of knowing for sure if there's any new dialogue. Nothing is happening when I talk to anybody, so I'm guessing there isn't. I guess we can probably just get going. Oh, good, Devilish. Well, that's encouraging. That actually has a decent chance of turning out okay. These people are not important right now. Yeah, I figured not, Denim. It's just, if I remember correctly, last time there were a couple of quests that we were in the process of advancing. We had just given some catnip juice to, what's his name? This guy. Gen. Oh, and I guess we can bring him with us now. Okay. Yeah, why not? I am curious to see what, I'm curious to see what some of these allies are capable of. Alright, well, I guess we'll just head to the tower. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me make sure I have a way of getting back out again, if things go south. Food... contingency options... You know, I have to say, there are some really powerful contingency options in this game. The Invincible Grass, the Revival Grass, the Swift Grass, the fact that you can buy some of it from the point shop for not all that many points really impresses me. I'm surprised that they were willing to do the player these sorts of kindnesses, although the game is also incredibly cruel in some ways and very unsporting, so I guess maybe they figure that that balances it out. Okay, I do have an escape scroll. In that case, we can get going. Okay, and I guess he just joins us right away. I told you not to talk to me. I'll really bust a hole in your gut. I'm serious. Oh, you shush. Here, have some catnip. Hard peach. You know, I think I've got plenty of food. I'm just gonna eat these for now and increase my maximum fullness. Although, you know, actually, the peach I'm gonna hang on to, because it turns out, and I didn't realize this until I messed around a little bit off camera, apparently peaches will get riper in your inventory. Or they have a chance to, anyway, each time you change floors. Well rolls Keiichi, except he has literally a Tanegashima rifle. And he's kind of decked out a little bit like a, he's got the, that little straw cloak he has on is called a mino. And it's worn by farmers in Japan and other parts of Asia. Mino is its Japanese name. It's called other things in different countries, but... Decoy, thank you so much for the resub, and a belated happy birthday to you, friend. Side quests for NPCs progress with every dungeon trip. Side quests for allies you can bring with you advance when you clear the main dungeon with them. Oh, okay, Denim, interesting. Thank you for the heads up on that. I guess in a way, Cyborg, yeah. I do not know how overpowered you can get in this game, but I'm guessing you can upgrade your weapons probably to 99, to plus 99. The green numbers right now, I think, mean that the weapon upgrade levels are capped, but that green bar that looks like a Mega Man health meter, I think represents how much weapon or shield experience they have, and I believe you get that just by fighting enemies. So if these level up, I believe the upgrade cap will increase as well. I think that's how that works. Denim, I don't know. Denim, I actually had to go back and watch the end of the VOD from the previous stream of this game to figure out where we left off. And apparently, we left off where I had, I guess, stepped on some kind of trap or walked into a... I don't remember what this game's term for it is, but in As Your Dreams they were called monster dens. But I guess I walked into one of those and the room just filled up with monsters, and I ended up saying, alright, you know what, I don't have any way of dealing with this, and we just bailed, and I used an escape scroll. They're called monster houses. Okay, gotcha. Monster house, monster den, close enough, I guess. I'm pretty sure the devs for this and As Your Dreams were aware of each other's games. But yeah, Denim, as far as I know, Jirokichi did not leave the dungeon with us, so I'm guessing he's probably still there. Okay, a swap staff. So, another thing I've been doing is, apparently, if you get multiple staves of the same type, you can synthesize them together. And so I've just been picking up staves of the same type and feeding them to mixers or putting them in synthesis pots and just combining them together so that they have more uses. So that, I guess, is what I'm going to continue doing. Well, Rolls, my guess is we're going to go in there and just find him dead. And I'll have to revive him, which is fine. I've got revival grass. There's that fireball. Heavy shield. Oh, I don't think I want that shield. I think that, that increases your hunger rate, doesn't it? Has high defense, but the shield's heft makes you hungry quicker. Yeah, okay. We don't have any need for that. Oh, you know what? That is a sleeping enemy. We should test this fireball. Wow! 30 damage? That's more damage than the sword is doing. Okay. Oh, hey, and there's, what's her name? Okon. That's the, she's a fox spirit. I think we rescued her from, like a bear trap or something. Yeah, why not? We'll bring her along. See if she's any good. She is level 1. Yeah, Gen I've been leveling up a little bit, but I didn't realize you could recruit him in town. I've run into him a few times in the dungeons, just wandering around, and he offers to join you there. In pretty much the same way that we just met Okon, I've run into Gen. Which is why he's leveled up a little bit, because I brought him with me a few times. Okon I have not used. Tell me if there is a monster... Oh, yeah, that's right! She has the ability to turn into monsters, doesn't she? I forgot about that. Don't think he stays unless he dies? Huh, okay. Well, I guess we'll find that out when we get back to wherever we left him. Fontes, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for stopping in. Good to see you. Who is this? My business partner is a really good blacksmith. Drop off your weapon. Oh, this is the blacksmith that gives you a really big upgrade, I think. Because there are a few different blacksmith NPCs you can run into. I guess I don't have anything. Alright, hang on. There's another shield lying on the ground over here. Iron Targe. Okay. So what we'll do, we can see what this is by equipping it. It's a +1 Iron Targe. What we'll do then is we will give her this to upgrade. And then when we get it back from her, we will forge it into our actual equipment that we're using and benefit from the status upgrades. Hopefully. A katana. +1. I don't know if it's worth hanging on to that, though. God, this fireball is nuts! I know that the sword and shield together have an effect which is supposed to increase fireball damage, but I didn't expect it to increase it that much. Well, no, Denim, but it's a piece of equipment for me to send to the blacksmith for upgrading. I'm not actually going to use it. I'm going to just fuse it onto a piece of equipment I intend to use and benefit from the upgrade points that it's going to get out of being forged. What the? Okay, I guess monsters can come out of those too. Yeah, I know, Denim, but I mean, I don't need the base shield for fusion. I just need it essentially as a vessel to hold upgrade points. Because I don't have anything else that I could have given her. I can't give her my current shield because that would first of all leave me without a shield. And right now this shield is capped on upgrades. But let's say I get that Targe back from her and it's been upgraded to +8 or +9 or +10 or whatever it ends up as. Once I level this up, I can get that Targe back, fuse it onto this, and that's another +8 or 9 upgrade levels on this. You see what I mean? So I don't care about what type of shield it is for that purpose. I only care that it's going to receive some upgrades that I can then transfer to another piece of equipment. Who just leveled up? Oh, I did. Okay. Well, I've gone the wrong way again. There we are. Day shield? Actually, I think this one might be worth hanging on to. Yeah, it reduces damage taken from day monsters, however it increases the damage night monsters do to you. Remove this when night falls. I wonder if you can combine this with the shield that gives you the opposite effect. Oh, okay. Yeah, Denim, I'll have to do some experimenting. I know there is a shield with the opposite effect, but I don't think I've found one yet. What do we have here? Relaxing rate above average, fluffiness mid-top tier, texture rank B. What? I'm an amateur researcher that travels to dungeons and labyrinths around the globe to investigate them. Fontes, that depends on how much of a boost each one gives you. If the day shield gives you a 20% boost to defense against day monsters, but only a 10% penalty to defense against night monsters, then there is an argument to be made that even if their effects cancel each other out, you still come out ahead by using both. because you'd still end up with 10% more defense against each type of enemy. So that I don't know. Again, it depends on how much more defense you actually get and how much the penalty is. I'm not trying to clear them, I'm just investigating them. The world still has many undiscovered dungeons lying around. They're almost infinite, in fact. The quest is long and treacherous, but that's what a journey is all about. Don't you agree, young one? How are you even still alive? This guy is just wandering around dungeons, checking their fluffiness. How has he not been eaten by a monster yet? I know, since you're here, I'll give you this. It's volume 13 of my book, My Days of Love and Sadness. It's signed. My Days of Love and Sadness? Who do you think you are, Howard Stern? Oh wait, actually I'm out of that. I pity you, young one. Take this instead. Oh, my inventory's full. Blast it! This mysterious dungeon is quite difficult to deal with. The richness... Who comes up with these metrics? This guy is like Kotaku trying to rate a game. You know, I don't think we need that katana. Oh, another swap staff. Okay. Take care now. Sometimes your life is all that you have in life. Boy, you didn't have to go and hit me with the hard truths, dude. Surprise factor mid-top tier, excitement upper-low tier. The aesthetics are approaching... Yeah, this is literally just... This is just GamePro Magazine's rating system. Ooh, a +2 day shield. Now that, I think we could hang on to. And that we'll put there. Oh, and another large onigiri. You know... Yeah, these things are just lying around all over the place. I don't see any real reason why we shouldn't be just scarfing them to increase our max fullness. Tagger. Oh, you know what? Actually, I probably should tag these. Oh, we can only tag one? Okay, that sucks. I should have thought of that before I left town, actually. Because I think there's someone in town that you can have tag your equipment. Fusion scroll. I don't think we're really gonna... Well, I don't know. These are useful for dealing with room ambushes. I'll hang on to it. And actually, I'm gonna eat this herb. Because that increases your max health, and I could definitely use max health increases. Oh, that's just her again. Okay. Is this the... Yeah, okay, that's the katana I threw away. And it looks like the exit's over here. Kira, hello and welcome! Thank you so much for stopping in. It's so good to see you. I am all right, thank you. Here, let me... Guys, if you don't know my good friend Kira, also known as Spilt Tea, do yourselves a huge favor, head on over and give her a follow, check her out. She is just one of the sweetest and kindest and most wonderful people I've ever had the privilege of meeting on Twitch. And she just recently celebrated her 2-year streaming anniversary, for which she did a charity stream where she raised... What was it, Kira? You ended up with something a little over 1,500 pounds, didn't you? And that was right after doing a joint charity stream with a few of her friends, where they raised over $5,500 US for charities. So just an unbelievably wonderful person, and incredibly fun and chill to hang out with. Go check her out. She's just incredible. No, we didn't see that, Rolls. I guess NPCs just don't fight monsters or don't get attacked by them. Kira, good luck with the baking. Thank you so much for stopping in to say hi. It always makes my day when you come join us, even if it's just to drop by and let us know you're here. Do me a favor, Kira. I mean, I'm sure you were planning on doing this anyway, but take some pictures of those brownies. I want to see how they turned out. 1169.69. Yeah, okay. I know how chat is. I know how it goes. Congratulations on that again. That is incredible. Especially to have raised that much by yourself is just a tremendous accomplishment, and I'm incredibly proud of you. Oh, you're making Bueno Brown. It's so funny you say that, Kira. A very good friend of mine who also streams is a big fan of Buenos, although I think she's eaten so many of them that she might be sick of them by now. But to hear you say that you're making Bueno brownies is just, it's the most hilarious thing to me because of that. So, yeah, let me know how they come out. I've never heard of Bueno brownies, but I'd be very curious to hear about the results. Enjoy and good luck baking. Or, as the good Jacques Pepin says, happy cooking. I can't do the French accent properly, but you get the idea. Mortiferu, I do not, unless by protein bread you mean bread stuffed with cheese and meat. That I can help you with, but I have a feeling that's probably not what you're talking about. Thank you, Kira. Have a good evening and enjoy your brownies. I'll catch up with you soon, I'm sure. NPCs don't get attacked by monsters, but fully enemies and night enemies will get... Oh, okay, Denim. Gotcha. Yeah, Follies I remember. They're those gigantic alien-looking things that are swift by default and that change color, and each color, they use a different attack, I think, right? I believe that's what those are. Ah, very good, Rolls. Very good. I approve. I had a feeling it was something like that, Decoy, yeah. Well, before we go any further, let me... Because Kira has so coincidentally reminded me, I'm going to have some tea. I have some Hoji Cha today. Normally I enjoy Hoji Cha during the colder months, which is what November is supposed to be, but not anymore. Freaking climate change. We haven't had a cold November in Germany for years. Okay. Oh, you enjoy Hoji Cha 2 rolls. Very good. Yeah, it's nice because Hoji Cha is not very expensive. It's not like some kind of super primo variety of tea. So you can get it for not all that much money, and it's just so nice. Yeah, Denim, I know red does massive damage because I've gotten killed by a couple of red Follies during my dungeon excursions off camera. I guess I should probably also mention, I haven't actually made any story progress since the last time I streamed this. I haven't been into the dungeon where we were when I had to bail out during the previous stream. I've been messing around in side dungeons and optional ones instead. No Hoji Cha November, Monotone. I don't know if I would want to go for a whole November with no Hoji Cha. Hello, Marisat. Welcome. Okay. Well, that bee needs to go first, because that's the more dangerous of these enemies. There we go. That effect where where it says Burning Sword has charged up an overwhelming amount of power. That I fused onto it from another weapon. I forget which one. But it's a really handy ability because apparently Shiren's accuracy is not very good. And... oh, and that balance staff just bailed me out. Probably saved me from having a bunch of pots broken. And another freaking... see, that is why I carry this thing. The balance staff protects you from these trip traps. Because if you step on a trip trap and you don't have a balance staff, you drop a bunch of items, and if you drop pots, they can break, which can cause a nightmare for... what the... can cause a nightmare for inventory management, I was about to say. Well, Shiren's accuracy in general isn't very good, Denim. I've had problems missing with pretty much every weapon I've used, so I'm not entirely convinced that it's necessarily just the weapons. Okay, well, you know, I think we're going to eat this hard peach. Then we're going to eat this onigiri. Then we're going to eat this large onigiri. Then we're going to grab this hard peach. As far as I can tell, however, the fireball that this sword throws appears to have 100% accuracy, because I've never seen it miss. So at least there's that. Oh, that sucks, Decoy. You might be able to order it from the UK or EU Harney warehouses, though. Have I been leveling the weapons or shield that I fuse onto my main stuff? I'll get to that in a moment, Denim. Sugar Crow, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Great to see you, and thank you for joining us. Yeah, I know, Decoy. I know. Sometimes it's the only way to get it, which sucks. How are you doing, Sugar Crow? It's good to see you. And, Denim, I haven't really been intentionally going out of my way to level side equipment. But if I happen to have been passing through floors where mixers appear, and I had extra equipment on hand, what I have done is I've thrown the equipment at the mixers to combine it so that it consolidates all of the upgrade points in fewer inventory spaces. I don't blame you, Sugar Crow. I'm really sorry to hear that things went the way they did. And I hope you're able to find something suitable where there are better people. Denim, do you mean have I been transferring runes from other weapons onto my current ones? If that's what you're asking, yes, I have. I believe... yeah, rune count 5. So, my current equipment is full. But I think the rune count increases each time you level it up, so... yeah, this is what I have so far. But if that's what you're asking, then the answer is yes. Wait, what? Oh, okay, never mind. That was... I was gonna say, that's not the level up jingle. But no, it's not. It's the jingle when you become Super Saiyan Shiren. No, Denim, I have not. It didn't seem like there was any point to doing that. Because, as far as I can tell, weapon experience does not carry over. That much I'm pretty sure of. I've tested that. You know, There we go. Now we're at fullness again, and we can get more fullness out of... we have here. I'm the super plating craftsman. I can plate up anything. You want to get something plated? The price is 2,000 per item. Do we have anything? I think both of these are plated already. We plate the shield. Wait, what? Huh? We can plate me? What the hell does this do? Whoa, you're a smart one. Actually, plating up people is my specialty. Hee hee. So you want to get yourself plated, eh? You've got some weird tastes. Well, hang on a minute now, because... plating gives your weapon or shield the rust-proof ability, which prevents it from being affected by rust traps, and I think there's an enemy type that can cause your weapons to rust as well. But if that's the case, what effect could that possibly have on Shiren? Alright, then I'll do my best to plate you up. You ready? Here goes, plate. Ah! Oh, God. Epilepsy warning? Jesus. That genuinely hurt my eyes. Shiren turned into plated Shiren. You are immune to traps and damage until the plating is worn off. Oh, okay. I don't know what I was expecting, but... Alright, this is awesome. Wonderful. You're a work of art. Now be careful out there. You have yourself a plated day, my friend. Oh, I'm gold now. Okay. Alright. Is that actually a status that I can, other current state? Yes, it is. Plated. While in this state, your body is plated, which allows it to block damage and trap effects. Every time damage or an effect is blocked, the plating is worn down a bit. Okay, so I'm guessing I have a limited number of hits that I can take before this effect wears off. I need to close up shop for today. You used up all my materials just by yourself. But I think that means you made sure all my materials were put to good use. Thank you. Yeah, okay. An herb. Me too, Sugar Crow. It is a very nice looking game. You can tell that the sprites were not just slapped together. You know, some real effort went in. Perception Grass I'm going to keep, because that reveals, I believe, the locations of traps. Mandarin Bracelet. Oh, but that doesn't identify them. Okay, we need some other way of, I forgot that's how that worked. Ah. Unupgraded, so it is no use to us. Bowl Shield. I don't remember what most of these things do. This shield will restore some fullness if you take direct damage. The effect increases as the shield is upgraded. Okay. Oh, it's +3! Don't mind if I do. I believe I can combine that with this day shield. And save a bit of inventory space. Okay, Rolls, have a good one. Thank you so much for stopping in. Oh yeah, it is that day today, isn't it? You're in North America. Alright, have a good one, Rolls. Take care. It's both, Trickster DeVille. It originally came out in 2010, and it's been ported and expanded a number of times since then. So, this is a a fresh version of it, but it's been around. And yes, Trickster, that is more or less the case. Denim, let's see. The point of leveling abilities you fuse is that they transfer with the level that they were fused at when you fuse them. So fusing the Fireball ability at level 2 onto another weapon versus fusing... Oh, Denim, are you sure about that? Because when I was researching the rune system to try and figure out in a little bit more detail how it worked, I found at least one source which suggested the opposite, that no matter what level a rune is, once you fuse it off of the weapon that it is native to, it always ends up at level 1 on a on another weapon when you fused it. I suppose there's an easy enough way we could test that. But I believe what I read was that it's, that any rune you fuse off of the weapon that it comes on is always level 1. Oh, Enlino! Welcome back, Enlino. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in again. Although I guess you probably, of all people, wouldn't miss another stream of this game, given that you were the one who came to rescue me when I got owned in that dungeon. Good to see you again, Enlino. The version you get from the rune is always equivalent to the weapon at level 1. Okay, that's what I thought I remembered reading. Slumber Scroll. Sound asleep status. Oh, they'll wake later with buffed stats. Yeah, I think I've gotten killed by mistaking this for a regular sleep scroll on 1 or 2 occasions, so I'm going to leave that. Hey, Kelbell, welcome! Ooh, that I can use. Where have we not been? Guess we might as well just make the loop this way. Oh, another balance staff. Why not? Whoa! These guys can drop revival grass? Don't mind if I do. Okay. Yeah, Denim, but I'm not sure these guys just pick grass up off the ground. I kind of get the impression that they just create it out of thin air. I know they can pick up grass off the ground. I know I've seen them do it, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them, just show up at the beginning of a floor with grass already in their possession. Like, some of them, they spawn with it. They start off the stage with it. So I'm guessing there's some predetermined pool of certain types of grass that they can spawn with. Oh, I'm not plated anymore. Damn it. So I guess you can't carry that over, then. That's unfortunate. Nothing worth obtaining comes without risk, Shiren. If you want to gain something big, it will always come with a price. Shiren, Tao will be your guide. Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, 3's a crowd, I guess. Retinue is too large? How am I supposed to do business in a place like... Yeah, don't look at me, it's not my fault. Okay, I guess, Oh, is that why, Denim? It looks like they're not going to let me bring a third person anyway. I guess Jirokichi is just automatically in the third slot already, or else we're not allowed to fill the third slot because of him. I'm guessing is what that's all about. I don't know. Does it matter which tower we take? I think we've cleared all 3. So we shouldn't need to... I don't know. Do we just pick one and go with it? Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure we've done all of them. I guess we'll go with the Tower of the Future because I think this is the one with the strongest enemies, so I'm guessing the items will be better. Well, I already have 2 allies, Denim. But at this point, there's no guarantee Okon is going to make it all the way up. Because, I mean, she's level 1. And I'm not even sure about Gen. He's only got 90 HP. Which is not a lot for being level 34. Oh, that's nice! I forgot about those guys. Ha! I've probably mentioned it during a previous stream, but I just love how, there's a different level up jingle for male characters, female characters, and monsters. I gotta say, this fireball ability is also really good. Like, incredibly good. Shadowbind talismans. These are probably one of the most useless talismans. I guess if we run into a shop, I can sell them. I don't normally like hoarding junk. And those are what I would call junk. Oh! We're under attack. Okay, no room. And that looks like it's the last room on the floor, so we can move on. Sheesh. Oh, come on. Guess I just have to wait. Oh. Ooh. Well then. I will certainly take a preservation pot with 5 spaces in it. That was a lucky find. And a presto pot. That I'm not so sure about. Yeah, 3 Shadowbind talismans. So I think what we're gonna do is we'll use these as fuel for the presto pot. This, if I remember correctly, items inserted into this pot will transform into another item. Okay, yeah. So pretty much whatever we put in there, it shouldn't be anything valuable. Because hopefully it will turn into something more valuable than what it is. And what do we get? A peach, rocks, and a swap staff. Yeah, I mean, 2 of those are more useful. Let's see. Oh, okay, excellent. We got a weapon level. Which does not appear to increase the damage of the fireball. How close are we to leveling up the shield? Doesn't look like it's made any progress. So, I guess the weapon experience bars are incremental, but don't actually reflect individual points. It's kind of unfortunate. Actually, does Okan... No, she hasn't learned any new transformations yet, I guess. Wait, what? Why are they falling behind? What's going on here? Oh! That's what's going on. Super must have given me the Swift status. Oh! Okay. I guess Kappas throw stuff at you. Alright, we'll just eat that, and then we'll eat this. Actually, as much as I appreciate being able to get a status as powerful as Swift from Super, it's really annoying when you have allies because you just end up leaving them behind. They can't keep up with you. There we go. Shiren's speed returned to normal. I hate to have to waste it like that, but... Definitely do not want to get separated. Hello, Clockwork. Welcome. It's a really interesting game, and oh, hey, I think this is a shop. I have enjoyed what I've played of it so far, except for the fact that there are these... Japan just never learns their lesson with these blackface art style characters. I don't know what it is with their obsession with this look, but they just don't get it. We have a Bright Blade, a Day Shield, an Iron Targe, a Shoddy Dirk, a Strength Bracelet, Gallon Blocker, a Shoddy Plank, and a large Onigiri. It's the same old thing that you see in game after game out of Japan, nobleman. Jinx from Pokemon, Oil Man in what was it, Mega Man Powered Up? Mr. Popo in Dragon Ball, obviously. These guys. There was an enemy in Wild Arms 3 that apparently, Yeah, like, Denim, it clearly comes from a place of ignorance rather than actual malice, but it's like, come on, guys. You've had plenty of time to sort this shit out. Get with the program. It's not 1960 anymore. It could, Denim. It certainly could. That much is very true. What are we doing here? Actually, I was gonna sell these, which I think we can do just by dropping them. Don't have any way to identify these bracelets, though. Wow, nobleman. Well, that says more about previous generations than it does about you or your girlfriend. Just remember that. I don't think I have anything else that we really need to sell. Exactly, Denim. You've got the right of it there. That's precisely it. Okay, well, then the question becomes, is there anything we need to buy? Got a day shield already, and I'm pretty sure I've already got a bright blade in storage that I was going to fuse. And most of the rest of this stuff, I think I already have. Oh, okay, nobleman. I think you have mentioned to me at some point in the past that your mother's side of the family is Japanese, but never in this particular context. That definitely explains a bit, I suppose. What am I doing? Oh, I remember what I was doing. I was trying to check to see if... Okay, I think anti-peck is the ability on the Gyaron blocker. Which means there's no reason for me to spend 4,000 Giten on it. Ah, okay, yes, that is how you sell stuff. And I think the Bright Blade is the sword where I got the ability that gives you a guaranteed hit and a crit if you miss twice. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So there's no reason for me to buy anything here. I have to say, though, I did figure out off-camera that... Hey, Choketh. I did figure out off-camera how to steal from shops. I also discovered through a little bit of inadvertent experimentation that in addition to stealing from shops, you can make a pretty solid amount of money by selling your equipment to the shop and then picking it up and stealing it back and then bailing out and going to the next floor, which I guess we could probably do, since the elevator is right in the next room, but I don't really think that the equipment I have right now is worth enough for it to be a good idea to take that risk. Because I'm pretty sure I could pull it off. I mean, it's literally just a 6 or 7 space hallway and then the stairs, and I've got plenty of staves that can help make that happen. But if I do that, chances are my allies are both going to get killed when the floor gets swarmed with shopkeepers. Scrolls, Denim? I don't think this guy's selling any scrolls. No, he's not. Wait a minute, did the music change in the shop? It did. Okay, I didn't notice that until now. The ones I have, what about them, Denim? These? I don't think any of these are going to help. Oh, you mean worth money. I see. Yeah, maybe, but it still wouldn't really be enough money. If I'm gonna rip off a shop, I'd better be getting 100,000 Giten out of that. Otherwise, it's just not worth the risk. Because, yeah, you can minimize the risk, but... And I mean, I do have a whole bunch of invincible grass and revival grass, but if I get surrounded, invincible grass is only going to help just so much. I would need a way of actually, getting myself out of trouble. I don't know. I guess I'll grab the electric staff for now. The problem with electric staves is that I always forget to use them. They always just end up sitting around. Right, I forgot these guys can do that. Oh, for goodness sake. Electric staves always end up just sitting around in my inventory. Collecting dust. Wait a minute, did I just see a... Okon can now morph into Gazer? Huh. Well, let's disable Blade Bee so that we can see how Gazer works. I don't remember fighting any Gazers, or... Oh, you know what? He's gonna throw that if I get close, so we'll just use the fireballs. Trap deletion scroll. That seems worth using right away. Yeah, Geetan, Geetan. I don't know how it's pronounced, Denim. Well, nobleman, it's never too late. I mean, this is a fun game. Oh, there's Tao. See that guy over there. Seems like all of a sudden the enemies are giving a lot more experience for some reason. Oh, and a presto pot. I'm not sure... Not sure I'm gonna take that. I don't really have any use for it. This, however, I can use. I've never played any of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeons game, Choketh, but if... I believe they're fairly similar to this, so if you enjoyed those, you'd probably really enjoy this series as well. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, and that caused me to lose super status. Fan-freaking-tastic. Uh-oh. That right there is trouble. Oh, okay, he left. Another confusion scroll, that we might use. Okay, yeah, that's when we want to attack him. Is when he's green. Okay, and apparently he's worth quite a bit of experience. How are we doing on health? Okay, Okon is fine. Let's see how this Gazer move of hers... Oh! Okay. It's confusion, is what it is. There we go, alright. So what are we working with here? We've got one more rune count, plus 9 upgrade points that we can give it. And this has one more rune count and plus 10 upgrade points. This shield transforms the effect of a magic bullet hit into damage. When it's upgraded, it'll be more effective. Here we go, rider change? What? Mostly a simplified take on Shiren? A lot of items and effects have one-to-one equivalent. Yeah, and Lino, that was what I found comparing Shiren to Azure Dreams, is there are a lot of items and effects, and even some monsters, that are pretty much exactly the same. Well, I figured that, Devilish, but I don't see what relevance it has to... Potato Cable, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. I don't understand what a Kamen Rider reference has to do with turning the effect of a magic bullet into damage. Unless there's something in Kamen Rider related to that. Hey, Deathbed, welcome! Good to see you. I'm glad you were able to make it. It gets stronger as it levels up. Noise? Who did this localization? Michael Rosen? Randolph, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Good to see you too. I'm glad you could make it. Magnus knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, Fontes. One of the things that I have to give this game credit for is that thus far, I have had relatively few criticisms of it. There's a lot about it that I like, and so far, at least, not too much that I don't like, other than that I haven't figured out a counter to stuff like those stupid squid monsters blowing ink. I'd like to see if I can find a way to prevent that, if there's some way to block it, but the biggest criticism that I do have so far is, oh, okay, that peach is now juicy, so... Whoops, no, that's not the one I wanted to... Oh, and he dropped another one. Incredible. This is the one I wanted to put in. Well, I guess now we've got a third one, so... Anyway, I was gonna say, probably the biggest criticism that I have so far is that the localization does not seem to have gotten anywhere near as much time, or... Damn it, every single freaking time with these squid guys. The localization does not seem to have gotten anywhere near as much time or attention as the rest of the game does. Because everything else feels really polished, but the localization reads like it was done in 3 days by a team of interns. Oh, and I'm just realizing the music changed. Ah, these bastards. Oh god. Okay, that's not good. Oh, actually, I've got line of sight to him, so... If that's the case, then what we can do... There we are. We can lock him in place, because if he had gone through the entire room like this, we would have been getting hit by lightning bolts every turn, and that would have been a problem. Because that damage adds up, and that's why those enemies are so dangerous. Yeah, Fontes, but I expect a professional localization team to be properly credentialed and fluent in the languages that they're supposed to localize. There's a mixer. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to combine these. Oh, and there's a second one. How about that? Let's combine these balanced staves first of all. Oh, come on. Gotta wait till confusion wears off. There we are. And now we'll stash that. Suestown, hello and welcome! I know, the time does fly, doesn't it? Thank you so much for the resub, Suestown. It's great to see you. You know, and what I should probably do here is I should eat some perception grass, because it would be really helpful to know where the traps are. And that warp grass could come in handy too for getting rid of a problematic enemy. Oh, look at that! Alright, what else can we combine here? Again! Damn it, man, I needed him! Okay, well, lesson learned. I love how only I can trigger traps. My allies walking over them does nothing. I believe so, Choketh. I'm not sure if the version that is on Switch is identical to this one, but I'm pretty sure it is on both platforms, yes. Alright, what I would like, then, is... I'd like to see if we can find a few more mixers. Oh, and she learned how to morph into a Moseal? No freaking thanks. I have a feeling. Roll forwards or backwards into a monster and deliver a crushing blow. Yeah. In order to learn this ability, you'll have to be powerful and cast aside any shred of dignity. Yeah, that's a terrible ability. I remember Moseals. They're, they'll either roll up or down, and... Okon would be a sitting duck if she were to use that kind of move. Well, he dropped some talismans. Every single time she's used that confusion ability on an enemy, the enemy acts like it's not confused and it just immediately hits her. That seems pretty useless. I guessed Fontes, but I would have thought he'd be a little more cooperative. And that's one of the things that I actually miss about As Your Dreams, and one of my other criticisms about this game, I guess one of my more significant ones, is that in As Your Dreams, you could issue your allies direct commands turn by turn. You apparently cannot do that in this game. Which is a significant handicap because... Oh, excellent. There we go. Because not being able to give your allies express instructions or to set them to automatically just follow you and not attack unless you tell them to is pretty limiting in how useful your allies can be. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. And, more Scoopies. But, so Scoopies are one of the most annoying monsters I've encountered so far. You can do it in Shiren for the PSP, Denim? Really? And you can't here. I wonder why that is. Sounds like a pretty unintuitive and ill-informed change. Unless it's actually possible here, and they've just never explained how. You can control your allies directly, as in switch control to your allies and play as them, Denim? Really? Am I understanding that correctly? Yes? Well, what the hell? Why did they remove those features from this version? That's a really weird design choice. Alright, we got another mixer. If I combine that swap staff with this one, it'll be a waste. And if I combine that mage staff with this one, it'll be a waste. So actually... Shiren 3 is built around having a party of allies, so you have more controls around it. In Shiren 5, allies are more of a side thing. Most of the game is designed around going solo. Oh, okay, Enlino, I see. So that wasn't just a fluke or an afterthought. There was deliberate intent around the game balancing. Huh. I see. Well, I guess these are just staying where they are for the moment then, and... Hang on, let's see. Where's that shield? Pain-fueled and +5. And then I think the day shield itself also has a... Okay, yeah, it has the diurnal rune. So actually, this is fine. Because we will then gain the... We've got one space open for a rune. We can throw this. And then fuse it with this. And pain-fueled should carry over. Yep, there it is. Okay, perfect. And that was another +5 on our shield. Which is even better. And since I don't think we have any more items left that we can fuse... I'm guessing these are confusion talismans. Yes, okay, they are. Shiren 3 also had dual wielding? Really? Oh, interesting, Enlino. So this game is actually really different from its predecessors then. That I did not realize. And yeah, Denim, I would have been perfectly happy to go with 2 swords rather than a sword and a shield. I'm genuinely disappointed that so many of those features didn't make it into this game. That's really unfortunate. Oh boy. I think I was in the middle of saying the Scoopy monsters are a huge pain because they have the ability to throw dirt, and what the? They can throw dirt into your pots, which renders your pots unusable. So that's a problem. We don't want that. Oh, the Phantom Thief, huh? Boy, they really love Phantom Thieves in JRPGs. Pay me a fee, I'll find something. How about 2,000? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Denim, but not being able to get at the items in your pots when you need them. Oh, hey, the blacksmith. Excellent. Yeah, I do believe we will take him up on that. Let's go for a weapon upgrade this time, since our sword is now significantly behind our shield. Here you go, all done. Okay, I mean, it was only +1, but nothing to sneeze at, I guess. I have a feeling he probably won't let us do it again, will he? No. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine, I suppose. Alright, let me get a little bit more tea and then we'll move on. I really need to get my hands on some snacks that go well with tea. I've been so busy working on the Elden Ring guide that I haven't even stopped to do anything more than just basic, essential grocery shopping. Because I haven't had the time to do any really complicated or involved cooking. I've just been subsisting off of stuff that I can whip up in like 10 or 15 minutes. And I haven't really put much time or attention into procuring snacks either. Oh, another 5 capacity preservation pot. Okay, again, I guess this one's on you then. Yeah, see, I've got this stupid electric staff, and I keep forgetting to use the blasted thing. You know... did I what a DS2 guide on the channel, Sarazor? I have some Dark Souls 2 videos on YouTube that I made way back in the day. But those are... Well, how do I put it? They're not anything I would recommend watching. And I haven't streamed Dark Souls 2, not on Twitch. Ah, gotcha, Sarazor. Yeah, it is hard to type on mobile. I can certainly appreciate that. Huh? Oh, one of these rooms. Right. This is a really odd... Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, that'll be a problem. No, Sarazor, I said I was not going to. Very explicitly not going to touch Dark Souls 2 again. I am... I have zero interest in playing that game. First of all, my work on the official strategy guide for Dark Souls 2 burned me out on Dark Souls 2, and second of all, I don't enjoy Dark Souls 2. So if you remember something along those lines, what you're probably thinking of is me talking about how I am not going to be doing any further coverage of Dark Souls 2, particularly not any in-depth coverage. Because people had asked me if I was planning on doing a Dark Souls 2 in-depth, the way that I did for Demon's Souls. Oh, I'm really glad I've got anti-theft on this shield, jeez. And that was my answer to them, was that no, I have no further desire to play Dark Souls 2. Oh, a torch. Eh. And another preservation pot. I am literally up to my armpits in preservation pots. And that's a Scoopy. Ah, Sarazor, I take it you're still doing your first playthrough then. Choketh, where would I rate Elden Ring amongst the FromSoft games? Definitely better than Dark Souls 3. They've made some significant quality of life improvements over Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. A sail pod, huh? I think we really have a use for that. That just, when you put items in it, you exchange them for their money value. Better than Otogi or Cookie and Cream? I haven't played either of those games, Denim, so I don't really have a proper frame of reference, I'm sorry to say. Although, better than Custer's Revenge, Denim. Better than E.T. Where the heck was the oh, okay, it's way over. Huh. That wasn't very nice. Cuddly Noob. I love that username. Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for stopping in. Good to see you. Oh, we're here. Okay. I remember this place. I think this is where we got the tutorial about night monsters, because I think sometime after this is where we start running into them. Might not be bad to just relax and live a peaceful life. Phew, I might be tired. You rest at my inn, you can replenish your strength, fullness, and HP all at once. Yeah, okay, that seems like a decent deal. We'll take that. The fullness restoration, if nothing else. Seems like you slept well. Many dangers await you. I hope you'll be careful along the way. Well, wait a minute now. There are only 2 beds and there are 3 of us. So I'm guessing Gen must have slept on the floor or something. Or outside. Sarazor, I wasn't any more impressed with any of the DLCs than I was with the base game. They still had most, if not all, of the same problems, and some new ones of their own besides. Relaxing here in the sun can be quite enjoyable, you know. Perhaps you should join me, Shiren. I'd hate to see what the original Japanese was. Oh, that's right, there's a blacksmith here, isn't there? Right, what can we upgrade? Let's upgrade the sword again, because we do need to catch that up. I don't know, Denim. If I remember correctly, his favorite drink is catnip juice. And it seems to me that catnip juice would, it would have the opposite effect. It's like crack for a cat. I doubt it would help him sleep. Alright. Another +1. Is DS3 an improvement over DS2? In some ways it is, Sarazor. But DS3 introduced a lot of other problems of its own that either were not as serious in Dark Souls 2 or that didn't exist. And then, of course, it has some of the same ones, but DS2 and DS3 are probably the most different of any 2 mainline Dark Souls games. Oh, it looks like you've gathered 3 of the dice. One who gathers the 3 dice will be able to see the drawbridge that connects the 3 towers. You find some mysterious stairs inside the 3 towers. Those may be the stairs to the drawbridge. Yeah, those are like the blue stairs and the orange stairs, I'm guessing. I've seen those, but I've been afraid to take them because I have no idea what they do or where they lead. Ah, and this is a shop. Okay, I wonder... Oh! Yes, actually, we definitely need to tag this shield. And what do we got? Zoloclef type monster. Okay, I know we have this one. Oh, that's what they do, Denim? They take you to the other towers? Oh, okay. I don't know what I was expecting. But it wasn't that. Alright, what else? Whole bunch of preservation pots. And a synthesis pot, which would be nice. Except I don't have room for it. Unless I, Unless I get rid of an empty preservation pot, but I'm not sure I want to do that. Because I want to make sure I have room for items. And as it is, if I find another pot that I think is helpful, it's already going to be trouble enough. Finding the room for it. Yeah, Miscreant, the music in this game so far isn't particularly memorable. But it doesn't really need to be. It's kind of nice ambient music. And the fact that it's as generic as it is really just fine. It does its job. It does what it's supposed to. It sets the mood. Yeah, Fontez, unintrusive is a good word. Alright, let's see. Do I have anything I can sell? Boy, they're not really offering an awful lot for these, staves. They're offering, in fact... It's the Confusion Talismans they're offering the most for. Storehouse Denim? What about it? I wish there were a service to identify these blasted bracelets. That would be helpful. Make room, leave... Oh, I guess I could. Matter of fact, I think there's a storehouse here, and I'm pretty sure that I left some items in it. As I was, screwing around off camera. I guess we could go find out. I think it was down here. Yeah, okay, I did. I left some pots of stuff in it. I think I put some escape scrolls in here, in fact, so that I wouldn't end up getting stuck if I... Yeah, I did, okay. Those other ones are pretty much the same thing. I think they're just more escape scrolls. So I guess what we could do is we could put that down temporarily. We could go back and buy that synthesis pot. Well, that certainly is true, Miscreant. But games like this kind of force you to. Because... Hey, Marty, welcome. Good to see you. Well, we'll leave that here for safekeeping, because I don't want to take the risk that we run afoul of a Scoopy. And I think Kappas might also throw stuff into your pots as well. So I don't want to have to worry about that. Yeah, Sarazor, hexes are pretty broken in DS2. They are kinda overpowered. Yeah, I'm talking after the nerf, Fontes. Pre-nerf, they were just stupid. FromSoft still has no idea how to balance things, even in patch 1.07. According to a video that one of the big PvP community data miners made, it seems as though, and I didn't realize this, because for the guide, we've been using resources that were provided directly to us by FromSoft themselves. But apparently the PvP community has its own website that they've set up. And apparently they have I guess a sort of a manifesto on their website of changes that they propose that they think would balance PvP better. And apparently FromSoft has actually been looking at that website, or Bandai Namco has, and passing the info along to FromSoft, I think is what's actually been happening. And, they've been actually taking the PvP community's suggestions into consideration for once. So stuff that needs to be balanced is actually getting balanced, rather than FromSoft just winging it without any outside input and screwing everything up. Yeah, Fontes, the video I'm talking about, in fact, and I can link it for you guys, actually. In that video, they, the guy goes through the data mined modifications that he and some of the other data miners dug up for... Why the hell will it not let me post a highlighted message? With a link. And Twitch just... useless. But that's the video. Yeah, they should have done it games ago, Miscreant. But better late than never, I guess. Blocking which guys, Denim? Okay, there we go. Oh, the guys Bamco is using the help FromSoft with PvP. Wait, hang on a minute, Denim. I feel like there's something I'm missing here. Let me get this straight. So... Harada blocked a bunch of PvP guys... for some reason? And then Bandai Namco is consulting... What? Oh, it's a joke. I'm sorry, Denim. I'm afraid I don't follow. There have been so many Japanese game developer team leaders blocking everybody in social media lately for real that I thought this was just somebody else pulling a Kamiya. I don't know what's real anymore. Well, yeah, Hazard, that's exactly it. Like, what part of Harada blocking people is a joke? Like, there's nothing hypothetical or made up about that. And, Sarazor, to answer your question, there's a lot of the Dark Souls 2 areas designed more around co-op. You feel that would make some sense due to... Nah. If anything, Sarazor, co-op was an afterthought in Dark Souls 2. Co-op and PvP both, and just purely by a freak coincidence, or really a massive combination of coincidences, did the PvP in Dark Souls 2 end up actually being good, supposedly. I never did any PvP in Dark Souls 2, so I don't know. Well, Denim, the big meme with Harada is that he hates rollback netcode, and his answer to rollback netcode is, just get Japanese internet, though. It's fine over in Japan. Why is everyone bothering me about it? Ah, very good, Lumino. You're more than half done already. What do you mean the rollback thing is new, Denim? I've been hearing about it for at least a couple of years. Incredible Matt, who are we talking about? That could be anybody you're referring to. Alright, I think we're all set to go. I think we have everything we need from here. Oh, Harada. Okay. Unexplored area. Oh, okay, Denim, I see. Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me. We could test a couple of these bracelets. Aha! That one is an item detector. Which means this strength bracelet that I have can go, because those are a dime a dozen. And... name the bracelet? Oh, you can name it? I had no idea. Do we have enough, No, we don't have enough spaces. That's fine, I'll remember. book? Oh, you can name it through the book, too. Item book? Type? Bracelet. Item detector. ID status unidentified? Oh, select the item, then name, then item book. Oh, I see. What a convoluted system that is. Item detector. Ah! Okay, well, that's handy. I never knew about that. I don't think the game ever explained this. And what's the... Ah! This is a monster detector. Okay. Well, that's pretty handy. We'll have to do the same thing here, then. Yeah, handy and complicated all at once. Oh yeah, Lumino, classes where you just do nothing but read from the textbook are the worst. They're a waste of everyone's time, and they're a sign of either a lazy or an incompetent teacher. Yeah, Fei Kongqi, now that I know how it works, well, never mind that, now that I know it's even possible, now that I know you can actually do it, it'll be easy enough to remember how. I just had no idea that it was possible. The game never... Faye, I don't know if you were here for my first stream of this. I literally went through every single tutorial mission, and not one of them mentioned this. We spent like 7 hours, an entire stream, just going through the tutorials, and not a single one made even a passing reference to the fact that you could do this. Oh, that's the worst, Lumino. I'm really sorry to hear that. You were looking for English Shiren streamers and landed upon mine. Well, good. You're lucky I'm not streaming in German. That's... You don't have to worry about that. I don't stream in German. I prefer English anyway, but... I'm glad you could find your way in then, Faye. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, this does strike me as the kind of game that probably not too many people are streaming these days, because it's been around for a while. I imagine it's probably run its course on Twitch. But I only just started playing it for the first time, well, a few months ago, but I have other projects and things that I work on that have prevented me from being able to play it regularly. So this is only actually my 4th, I think, stream of the game. Oh, that's terrible, Lumino. I'm so sorry. Algodon, well, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you coming to join us. My guess, Algodon, is that probably somebody, I would suspect one of my friends, or someone who knows me, probably said, yeah, that German spy guy is pretty cool, go follow him. And then you did. And then I didn't stream for a year because I've been working on the official strategy guide for Elden Ring, so that's why I haven't been around. Well, Hazard, whether or not these streams are educational tends to depend on what tangents chat decides to send me off on. If it's a subject I know something about, then yeah. I'll be glad to teach chat something. If I'm actually in a position to teach, but... For the most part, it's just, hey, do you guys like food? Yeah, me too. Also video games. No, Fontes, nowhere near. No, we still have a ways to go on book 2. Yeah, sometimes, Magnus. Every once in a while. Okay, Denim, have a good one. Take it easy. Well, it certainly appears to be why quite a few of you are here, Fontes, yeah. Alright, now I need to do a little bit of inventory management, because this... You know what? I think we can... I think we could just stash that. And pick the point card back up. And the strength bracelet we can leave, because it is nowhere near as valuable as either an item detector or a monster detector. I think I would much rather have those. Thank you, Algadon. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that anybody still values... Wait, what? Huh? That can happen? Stepping on a rust trap erases a tag? Wait a minute, and also, I could have sworn that sword had rust proof on it. I thought it did. Okay, well, good to know. I guess it doesn't. Well, we only lost one level, but I'll have to be careful from now on, then. Matter of fact, I wonder if it's worth, Hang on, do I have... Yes, I do. Alright, well, what we're gonna do then is... Because this cannot stand... Hang on, do I have a spare rune slot? I do, okay. Just want to make sure before I waste a blank scroll. Alright, enough of that nonsense. That's really a matter of opinion, Sarazor. It's about, did you enjoy the fight? Boy, and it's a good thing I put that peach in a preservation pot. Hazard, you've been playing Wizardry Tale of the Forsaken Land. Recommended if you want a classic dungeon crawl experience. I don't think I've even heard of that game. Ah, a hilarious pot. Well, Lumino, I mean, yes. But chances are, if you don't enjoy that game, you won't be Damn it, I knew that was going to happen. Didn't even see him coming. Because the chat window was in the way. Which is another thing. If you guys see me open and close the menu in immediate succession like that, the reason I'm doing it is to get rid of the chat window that appears at the bottom of the screen. Or the status window, that one. Because it obstructs my view of monsters that are... Actually, we're going to handle this a little more intelligently so that doesn't happen again. It obstructs my view of monsters that are approaching from the south. Oh, there's nothing there anyway. There are no items, I know, because I have the item detector on. Wow, okay. Ouch. Poor Okun. Gen, what are you doing, dude? I didn't know you liked dancing. Oh, one of these. I'll take that. Sarazor, would you be at all surprised if I said all of them? Oh, that was lucky. Okay. Ah, another electric staff. Oh, that dude's running. That's fine, he can go. Echo Drop, thank you for the resub! Welcome back! Much appreciated, Echo Drop. When did Twitch start forcing commercial... You know what, Echo Drop? Here. Because we've had this discussion already. We've talked about this. Use this, Echo Drop. I am sick and tired of this just rampant, unashamed greed on Twitch's part. I'm tired of it, and you're not taking anything away from me by using an ad blocker, because I don't get paid shit for ads. So, go ahead and turn that on. I have no incentive whatsoever to stop you guys from blocking ads, and every incentive to help you do so, because they are nothing but disruptive, especially the way that Twitch is now being so aggressive about them. Does it, Echo Drop? I've never had an ad make it past that particular program. Although I'm also using a bunch of other extensions and security stuff, add-on security stuff. And I don't know which of those I would need to recommend to you as a supplement in order to completely solve the problem, unfortunately. Yeah, they certainly are, aren't they, Mortiferu? They're making a better case for ad blockers than they ever have. Okay, Beast Fang we don't need. Yeah, Fontez, if you can even reduce them, it's still better than nothing. Oh, and that is another monster detector. Actually, I think those are worth a fair bit of money, so we're gonna take that. Oh, a new commercial splash screen you've never seen before, huh? Yeah, I'm not sure which of the other extensions I have that might be supplementing the ad blocker, Echo Drop. If you want after the stream, I can give you a list of what I use, but... The fact that it's a new one suggests to me that they are redoubling their efforts to prevent people from having a decent viewing experience on Twitch. No, they absolutely shouldn't, Fontez. But I don't know if you've read the statement that was released by Twitch's CEO in response to broadcasters wanting a fair revenue split. But he made very clear in that statement that treating broadcasters fairly is not on his list of priorities. And not something that he thinks is important. Okay, I want to make sure I don't accidentally hit this NPC with a fireball. I am the Advanced Ability Master. I traveled... Oh, yeah, her, okay. I've run into her once or twice. They teach you new abilities, which is very helpful. Oh, it did echo drop? Really? Because that sure as hell was not the case. I was most definitely not taking an ad break. I have never once manually run an ad on this channel in the 7 years I have been streaming, and I do not intend to start. So that's just a really slimy, disingenuous way for Twitch to try to make it look like it's somehow under my control to run those ads, which it is not. They run those ads against my will and without my consent, which is why I give all of you access to the ad blocker. Because there are no partner settings that let us turn that garbage off. Twitch has deliberately gone out of its way not to give us such settings. Even YouTube has those settings, although on YouTube, what will happen is that you'll turn off ads on your videos, and then YouTube will automatically turn ads back on when it thinks you're not looking. All right, what do we got? God, my eyes. Stairlight? What does this do? You'll unleash a ball of energy that will locate the stairs for you. That's all it does. Really? That's it, huh? Choketh, I suspect to some extent it probably depends on what browser you're using. If you're using a browser like Chrome, or possibly even Firefox, you're probably more likely to get ads in those browsers than you are if you're watching using, for example, Tor. Oh, you're on Chrome and you haven't gotten an ad, huh? Are you also using a bunch of additional security and ad blocking extensions then, Choketh? Because that's probably why, if you are. I certainly am. Oh, I have heard of Vivaldi, Algadon. How is it? I've never had a chance to check it out. I've never gotten around to even doing any research on it. But the very few times I've heard it mentioned, the sentiment seemed to be positive. Oh yeah, Choketh, Twitch went very far out of their way to make sure that common ad blockers do not work on their site. You have to use ones that are specifically meant for Twitch. Oh, do you have another one for Twitch, Hazard? Oh, this one seems to be fairly well reviewed. Huh, okay. Oh, I see, and it's a Firefox add-on. Interesting, Algadon. Well, thank you for reminding me about Vivaldi. I will have to check that out. Oh, that's a good point too, Human Proxy. Part of it might be if you're using a VPN that makes it look like you're not in the US or the EU. And I do use a VPN, although I change my VPN location depending on what I'm using it for. Oh, okay, Algadon, that's interesting. That sounds really useful for people who just want something that works out of the box and don't want to have to mess around adding and activating and configuring a ton of third-party security extensions. I can definitely see a use case for that. I'll have to give it a try sometime. Thank you for reminding me of it. Yeah, Mortiferu Torguard is pretty good. I did use Torguard for a while, but now, I use Proton VPN, and Proton Mail as well for email because it's so ridiculously secure. Proton services are really good, by the way. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but I guess I probably should be. Yeah, Fontez, if all you want to do is watch a stream, sometimes it can be worth it to just open the stream in a separate browser. If you have a browser that works better for blocking ads. What is this? Mayo you love. Oh. Thanks, Echo Drop, for the $5 donation. Echo Drop says, so delicious. Why are you like this, Echo Drop? Thank you, but why are you like this? Okay, an ability that automatically reveals the location of the stairs. If I were doing nothing but rushing straight for the stairs, I could see a use case for this. But since I'm basically exploring every part of the floor looking for items, I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful for me at the moment. Yeah, Modaferu, which I guess is okay. You know, it's a bit steep, but for a year's worth of VPN security... And Torguard is one of the better VPNs. They're not based in a country where they're subject to subpoena. You know, they're not based in a country where they can legally be forced to hand over their VPN records and their IP information. I guess we'll just stash that here then. Alright. Oh, right, yeah, nighttime happens here too. Okay, so at night, I think we are better off with the... Yeah, okay! Exactly. We are better off with the monster detector than the item detector, and I'm pretty sure we can just... Yep, there we go. We can just snoof up all the monsters. Well, there goes Okon. I had a feeling that was going to happen sooner or later. Couldn't be helped, I guess. Oh, that's right, and Gen has the ability to shoot monsters that appear at night and do real damage to them. I totally forgot about that. Oh, and we got a blurry stick. That's cool. That will... I think that causes blindness. Of course, that attack we just ate was pretty painful. So actually, what I'm going to do... We're going to use self-help. Oh, wow! Holy hell, that makes an enormous difference in regeneration speed. Is that actually a, yeah, it is. While you're in this state, your HP regeneration rate is increased. The status is removed once you Oh, it lasts the entire floor, does it? That is interesting. Lumino, I've already had a number of subscribers tell me that they've gotten ads. And that, for me, was the last straw. That was when I said, alright, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm done with this just rampant greed on Twitch's part. It's not enough for them to take 50% of a broadcaster's sub revenue, which is most of the way that people support broadcasters is with subs. It's not enough for them to skim off 50% of that Now they're forcibly running ads for everyone and spamming everyone with ads. No, enough is enough, so... That's why I have no problem handing out, ad blocker links. Camel recipes. No, D. Why? Did you get some fresh camel that you need to cook? Let's actually hit self-help first. I think we might have just schnoofed all the monsters out of a monster house. Oh, and we managed not to die, so actually this is gonna be just a bucket of fun. That was almost every monster on the floor. Thinking about what... D, where do you live that you can just go to your local supermarket and buy camel? You can, Knight of the Edge. I've heard it's pretty gamey. They eat it in parts of the Middle East. Although to me it's always sounded like kind of an unpleasant meat. Oh, order it online, huh? Yeah, Mortiferu, I can certainly sympathize. It's not an easy thing. And certainly, certainly the rampant greed on the platforms that, pretty much have a monopoly on the market for user-generated content does not help matters. All right, we're gonna have to probably hang out in the hallway until morning, because I don't want to take any unnecessary risks here. There we go. Not necessarily, Hazard. I mean, if anything, Hazard, the conventional wisdom is everything tastes like chicken. Oh god, okay, well, the density of monsters in this room makes it very clear that this is a monster house. And I imagine that as soon as we walk in here... Yup, so... Fortunately, I am prepared for this. Because, first of all, I have these. Infuse all these idiots. Then we'll hit them with a vacuum slash. And then we're going to need a... Where are they? A perception grass so we can see the traps. Because monster houses are always full of traps. And then we have to kill all the monsters before they... kill each other and power up again. Oh, okay, another level. Excellent. Alright, and actually, there's that life grass that was left over from... They are, Choketh. I just wish they did a little more damage. Oh, you did find some protein bread. Excellent, Mortiferu. Yeah, I would like to help with that, Mortiferu. I have never made protein bread, and I don't really do a lot of baking. So, unfortunately, I'm probably the wrong person to ask about that. Oh, and there's a trap deletion scroll. I could have just... There we go. Yeah, we've got plenty of food. We can just eat this. And then we'll eat this. Ah, excellent, Mortiferu. I'm glad to hear that. It is definitely helpful and very important to have an adequate kitchen. I, unfortunately, do not at this stage. I guess we'll grab that mage staff. We don't really need any of the others. Ah, blast it. And now I've got Swift again. Which would be fine if I were not with Gen. But yeah, now because I'm Swift, he's going to get left behind. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah? Okay, you know what, dude? You need to stop. And those guys, the little red dudes... They are incredibly dangerous, too, because they, if I remember correctly anyway, they have the ability to turn you into an onigiri. And not only can they turn you into an onigiri, they can turn your items into an onigiri, which is one of the most annoying and potentially time-wasting abilities in the game, because they can turn an entire preservation pot and its contents into an onigiri. Yeah, Fontez, life without an oven is not fun. Okay, no other items on the floor. Warrior, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And happy lunch break to you. Good to see you. Really, Hazard, what was the result? How did that come out? Do I use a microwave often, Choketh? Not really, no. I try not to. Stuff just doesn't get cooked well in a microwave. Oh. Well, thanks for making that easy. Even if I just need to heat something up, Choketh, usually I'll do so in a countertop oven. Because that's what I have, and I prefer it just because it cooks more evenly. Put that in. But generally, I do my cooking on an electric burner, on the very small and inadequate stove that I have here. Now what we're gonna pop that and then eat this, because the blessed large onigiri, I believe, should give us double fullness gauge increase. Yeah, there we go. That was 8 points. Oh, yikes, Warrior! That sounds like the most boring thing I've done all week. Or worse. Well, Hazard, sometimes you just need to do it for science. Sometimes it's important just to know. Ooh, a transient staff. That we can definitely use. And we can definitely use some charges for that. That nap taper, I do not want to mess with up close because they have a lot of health. And if you get directly next to them, they can put you to sleep, which first of all will wipe super status, and second of all, it leaves you vulnerable for a long period of time, and then you die. I have to say, though, the fact that the fireball on this sword with all those boosts is still two-shotting enemies here is kinda nuts. Oh, you have a second day of this, warrior? I'm so sorry. Fontes, have you seen the images or videos that people have taken of when they've recreated Monster Hunter dishes in real life? Because some of those are really impressive. Those are always the worst weeks, warrior. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. That's no fun. But I'm happy you're able to hang out with us even just during your lunch break. It's always good to have you. Really, Fontes? Babish made Monster Hunter dishes? That I did not know. I know that there were a bunch of them that were made by Japanese Monster Hunter fans and cooking enthusiasts, but I didn't realize he did any. Yes, Lumino, it is. Huh, guess we can leave behind that warp grass. The Fear Scroll, these, I think, only work on enemies that are right next to you. So they're kinda not all that helpful. Oh, and there's the stairs. And there's a level up for our shield. Excellent. Okay, we're up to an upgrade max of 45 now, which is helpful. Here at Prism Laboratory, we're working on projects that turn magic into pain. I mean, sometimes the effect of the bullet is more painful. Even if the sword strike isn't powerful to defeat enemies in one hit, fireballs can sometimes finish it. Yeah, or if you whiff, the fireball will still hit, because it appears to have guaranteed accuracy, like what just happened there. He did the Chef's Choice one. Really? Okay. I had no idea. He did this one here. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, yeah, this is usually the one that people make, Fontes. Because it's the big, impressive-looking one. Where you've got these ridiculous skewers of stuff. Okay, color me impressed. I didn't realize that he did that. There are, or there were anyway, some themed restaurants in Japan that would do dishes from different video games. There was a Biohazard Cafe for a while. I'm not sure if it's still open. But there was a cafe that would make dishes from or dishes that were inspired by the Resident Evil games anyway, because there aren't really food items in Resident Evil. It's just herbs and medical sprays. But they would make dishes that were inspired by Resident Evil games, and there were a bunch of others. There was a Final Fantasy XI cafe for a while. That one closed a number of years ago, but I'm pretty sure there was, and possibly still is, a Final Fantasy XIV cafe. Like an official one. And there are others as well. I've been to a bunch of more generic themed restaurants in Japan myself. I've been to a ninja-themed restaurant in Akasaka, which was fun. And I've been to a train-themed restaurant, which I think was in Akihabara? Oh yeah, I haven't been to the Dragon Quest one, Choketh, but I have heard of that one. That's what I thought, Echo Drop. I thought they were still in business, because the game is still so popular, right? There's no way they would close it down. Yeah, Lumino, what I find more unsettling than the absence of music is all of these Chochin lanterns just floating here with nothing suspending them. First scene in Ari's... Oh, when they're at home eating dinner, Hazard? That's not really a very impressive-looking dinner, though, that, Bladeite, huh? Meteorite fell to Earth and shattered into a million pieces. A blacksmith forged those pieces into a weapon. The thing is, we are now in an area where we can obtain cursed weapons, and if I equip a cursed weapon, I will not be able to take it off unless I have an exorcism scroll. Well, I have a blank scroll, and I think actually a fixer scroll will remove cursed gear, won't it? Let's just check. Read this to restore your HP to max. Also, if you're surrounded by monsters, hungry, your equipment is cursed. It's night and there's no light anywhere, it will help you with one of those things. Okay. So we can safely check this. Aha! I had a feeling. So that can go bye-bye. Really, Devilish? I haven't played any of the Switch Monster Hunter game. Which is mostly because I don't own a Switch. Oh, am I swift again? Blast it. Come on, Gen. I really wish that you could, that you could share the Swift status with allies, because... Gen, you're going to stay there where it's safe. We are going to... Oh god, there's those tank guys here. We are going to take advantage of the fact that we are swift. Ah, very good, Devilish. I'm really glad to hear that. Kegarin's a good kid, and I know he really appreciates having your company. All we get out of that was this lousy strength bracelet. Yeah, MHGU, Mortiferra, that's the one. They have so many different names and titles, I always forget them and get them mixed up. Okay, I'm pretty sure the stairs are not here. Oh. Well, that's nice. Man, Sticky Shot is a terrible name for a skill. There we are. You know what? Actually, I think we have a way we can deal with them. Yup. God, all these decay traps. We're going to take the path that does not have a monster on it. And there's the stairs. So what I think we're going to do... Oh, freaking fantastic. Now one of those tank idiots has leveled up. We're going to spend as much time as we can here. In fact, I'm going to stand on the stairs. Now, piss off. Get out. And we are going to hopefully wait for morning. We don't get swarmed by these guys first. Okay, yep, time to go. Yes, Fontes, he is. Yeah, well, Lumino, the problem with nighttime is that what'll happen is a single monster will, Wow, okay. There you go, there's your answer. Fontes, apparently he only shoots his gun at enemies that appear during the night. Well, he's a hunter, that's just what he does. It's his job, I guess. But what'll happen at nighttime is one monster will end up getting a bunch of levels, and it'll become basically invincible, and it'll just one-shot every other monster it fights, and every time it beats another monster, it'll just keep leveling up. So actually, we'd better nip that in the bud while we still can. G freaking G, Gan. Wow. Oh, okay, and now that we've eliminated most of the monsters, we should be clear till morning. Ooh, a tag scroll. Actually, I'm really glad we found that, because... Oh, freaking of course. We can't read it because it's too dark. You know, I think we can take out both of those enemies with one percussive cannon. Yup. And we'll hang out in the hallway until this happens. Go back to the item detector now. Ah, that bastard over there, that purple... Oh, okay, well, it was a Tengu, so it was an imposter, but that enemy is the one that, rusts your equipment. Because they're not worth it, Fontes. I have a shield equipped, which increases the amount of damage that I take from nighttime monsters. So any hit is going to one-shot me no matter what. And torches don't generate enough light to make them worth using over my sword. Because you still deal 1 damage to nighttime monsters regardless. And the sword, at the very least, gives me the ability to use ranged attacks, which I can't do with a torch equipped. And a monster detector reveals the position of every monster on the floor, which is infinitely better than just using a torch, because a torch only shows the monsters that are within the radius of the light that it casts, whereas a monster detector bracelet will reveal everything. Man, the freaking sound effects these stupid Popadials make, they crack me up every time. Literally just boner sounds. Can go in here, I guess. Oh, he's asleep. Okay. Excuse me. You leave my angry fat cat alone. Actually, Fontes, here's a torch. I can show you what I mean. Monster Hunter private servers, Mortiferu. I wasn't aware that there were Freaking really? Yeah, please. That's a Tengu. Real Yanpi can't fly. Again, I'm sorry, bud, but I need you to cover for... Oh, okay. More Tengu. Ah, right, and they can divide. I forgot about that. Oh, again, I'm sorry. I cannot afford to have dirt thrown in my pots. What I can do, however... How's he doing? Oh, he's doing fine on health. Huh! A sail pot, okay. Yeah, because I believe NPC allies are immune to the effects of some enemy attacks that would be a huge pain for me, or else the effects on them are not as severe. If Gen gets dirt thrown at him by a Scoopy, all that happens is he becomes blind, which I can deal with. If a Scoopy throws dirt and hits me... See, it's a good thing I used that plating scroll. If a Scoopy throws dirt and hits me, the dirt ends up in one of my pots, and then I can't get at whatever's in the pot until the dirt has turned into plants. Oh, MH Frontier was the MMO. I gotcha, Mortiferu. I'd heard of a Monster Hunter MMO, but I didn't realize that was what it was called. And then the fans revived it. Huh. Oh, well... We take those. Couldn't have asked for better, really. Okay, what do we got? Do we already have... Okay, we are full enough on bracelets that I think now we can get rid of duplicates. Oh. Actually, that's perfect. Because what we can now do is what I would have done with this duplicate monster detector in the first place. Which is sell it. And it is worth 1,750. Not bad. What is with all these trip traps? Oh, okay, Mortiferu, I see. Yeah, Choketh, I suspect that the inflated price of a physical copy is higher than it needs to be. Oh, that hurts. Okay, I gotta be careful then. Really? There. And actually, this is a blessed electric staff, so we are going to take it because what it will allow us to do is this. Of course, what I really need now is the stairs. Oh, what do you know? There they are. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. Oh, okay, and we're back inside now. I see what you're doing over there. Oh, goodness sake. Okay, well, at least it wasn't a useful item. We'd probably better keep some healing on hand, I should think. Oh, and we don't have enough strength. That figures. Actually, let me just check. Okay. I need to remember to check every floor for monster houses. And another day shield. We'll leave that for now. I don't know if... Well... Yeah, we're running out of space anyway. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, Choka, sometimes you just have to make a financial call. Sometimes it's just not worth it. What? Oh, and it was a mimic. Okay, well... Phantasy Star Online, Mortiferu. That one I'm familiar with. Ha! Very good, Choketh. Very good. That we need. And we'd probably better do something about all these monsters leveling up before this gets out of hand. Wow. Yeah, and that is why we have Revival Grass. Ha! Now I need to check how much more I have. There we are. Hey, breakfast! Welcome! Yeah, that was a lot of damage. I think that was one of the enemies that... In fact, we can check. I think it was a leveled up enemy that, Yeah, it was a Dark Panda Nigiri 2. So it was a leveled up enemy. Alright, Fontez, so... Let me put the point card away, and I'll show you what I mean. so you see how in the upper right corner of the map an enemy just spawned over there? The only reason we know that enemy is there is because we're wearing the monster detector. If we take that off, you can see that the enemy disappears from the map. And if we put on a torch... And mind you, this is the most powerful form of torch, and this is all the light that it gives us, so not a lot of light. We still... Oh, Gen's dead. No, he's not. He found his way back. Okay. We still can't see that enemy over there on the opposite side of the map because... Okay, we have a duplicate of this already. See, there he is. Now he's in the light, we can see him. He shows up on the map. And as soon as he's outside the light of the torch, he's gone. Yeah, Enlino, exactly. The problem is, I have not yet found the opposite shield from the day shield. So I'm stuck right now with a shield that has the diurnal rune, but I have no other shield. So, what's worse, having no shield, or having a shield that gives you at least some defense, but is weak against night monsters? One way or the other, if I get hit, I'm basically dead. Now, the torch, if I remember correctly, I think it's supposed to decrease the amount of damage that you take from nighttime monsters when you have it equipped. I have not yet had a chance to test by how much it does that. But I hope it's by enough to make it worthwhile. I don't know the answer to that question, Choketh. I haven't run into any bosses yet, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Torch decreases night monster damage and also lets you read scrolls at night. Yeah, the part about reading scrolls at night I'm aware of. Because I actually forgot to read that stupid tag scroll again. And now I'm going to have to wait till morning. No, actually I'm not, because what am I talking about? I've got the torch equipped. So that solves that problem. Thank you for reminding me, Enlino. Oh, and there is a blessed super torch, which I think actually lasts a little longer. I think it's supposed to have, like, double the duration. Alright, we're just gonna hang out here. And wait for morning. Because as long as the monsters don't find their way over here... Yeah, day's about to break. So we're good. Yeah, that's true, Enlino. I don't mean to propose that torches are totally useless. But... in most situations, at least with the equipment I currently have to work with, I would generally rather just rely on the monster detector than lose out on my equipment synergy by equipping a torch. Yeah, Fontez, there are situations where a torch helps. Oh god, okay. Well... I did not sign up for showing up on a floor surrounded. So what we're gonna do... Oh, and of course it didn't even help. Now everybody's just whiffing. Right, Mixer Mons, I think, can swallow up to 3 items. Welcome back, Denim. Yeah, Fei Kong, this at least was covered in the tutorials about mixer synthesis. So I do know about that. Because the game was kind enough to actually say something. The problem is, I don't have exactly enough. Fontez, there is a Scout bracelet which has both effects, but it costs 10,000 points at the point shop. And right now, I only have a little over 6,000. So I'm getting there, but I'm a ways off. I guess I'll just give him these for now, because I don't, they synthesize grasses that pots don't normally do. Yeah, Fei Kong, I've seen a list of different runes that you can synthesize, and some of them appear to require feeding a mixer a weapon or a shield, and then some grass, or like a scroll. This is kind of a waste, because he could hold another item, but I don't have another item of the same type to give him. Hey, Adalakis, good to see you! How are you doing? Yeah, Fontez, I can. Like I said, it's just a bit of a waste. And actually, let me just make sure that I have as few half-empty pots as possible, because... Oh, geez. Okay. Alright, well... Now I have nothing I can fuse. Oh, wait, no, that's not true, actually. I have that. So that's 6 more transient staff uses. What else have we got? We've got... Redeeming, rustproof, paralyzing, sedating, anti-plant, and blue flame. So we've only got room for 1 more rune on this. We do have the blurry stick. Yeah, you know, I think that would be a good use of this. Because Gen can help me kill this guy. Even though I don't have a weapon at the moment. There we go. Oh, and I guess the blurry stick was +1, so we got back the +1 that we lost to that rust trap. Glad to hear that, Adalakis. It's always good to hear that people are doing okay and not terrible. Oh, God. Wow, the blind rune is already doing work. It's Pulling its weight. What else do I have? We've got one space for a rune on this. Ideally, I would like something that provides protection against special attacks. It'd be nice if we could get the one that prevents our money from being stolen. I think for that, there's a shield that has to come from. Safe shield. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have that. I don't know off the top of my head what runes... And honestly, it's too dangerous for me to throw him my shield now, because it would mean I'd have to take a hit without a shield, possibly. So as much as I hate to do that... we're just gonna have to off him. Oh, goodness sake. Ah, okay. Oh, huh. Lucky thing I did that. I see you over there. Okay, that's the stairs. You know, I don't think I'm going to go back for those items. Caramel apple pie! Wow, D. Enjoy your diabetes. No, really. Enjoy your pie. Yeah, Denim, I just hate to waste opportunities to do mixer synthesis because, it is true that they can synthesize... Oh, there's Jirokichi. I guess this must be where we left him. You're finally here, let's get going. Jirokichi joined you. Oh, and I see a monster house over there. Make it more obvious. Oh, God. That's why it's really helpful to have a monster detector and/or item detector, so that you don't get caught off guard by a monster house. And actually, we're going to eat this hard peach because these give some defense. Ah, suck it, Rust Trap. You can't hurt me. Oh, okay, and we could just leave without dealing with the monster house. But it looks like there's some stuff in there I might want. You know, I have enough contingencies. I think we can handle this. And I'm going to use some Swift Grass. And I'm going to use some perception grass. Oh, a blessing scroll. You freaking G, Gen. Actually, I'm kind of glad I've got the squad here for this, because they are helping. Hey, Alex, welcome! Denim, which gun are we talking about? Another Bladeite. Seal talismans. Those could come in handy. More seal talismans. Wood arrows. Another balanced staff. This one has plenty of uses. But I guess we're still on a mixer floor, aren't we? Because I think I remember running into one on this floor. We could, Anyway, this we definitely want. The, Blessing Scroll is super, super useful. Oh, Gen's gun? Ooh, and a Fixer Scroll, too. Yeah, that it only works on nighttime monsters, right, Denim? Is that what you're referring to? Ooh, and a Diet Shield. Those are useful. That has a good rune. Although I think this shield already has it. Yeah, CR Diet. There we go. And we'll hang on to these for now. I don't know if they're any use, but definitely want some antidote grass, just in case. Fusion talismans. Organize those so that they don't take up as much room. Oh, and a blast shield. Do I have that rune? I do not. Okay, so that should be our new rune. Because I think the blast shield protects you against... Yeah, so that... I think it cuts the damage from explosion traps and from the tank guys that killed me in that side dungeon. And that is something I definitely want. Oh, and another transient staff. Okay. That I will take. Guess we might as well see what this last item is. Oh, it's just money. Great. It killed itself with the counter damage. Incredible. Wait a minute. Actually, hang on. No, I guess not. Never mind. Oh, that we're just here. Okay. This is a statue of the god of destiny, Riva? I welcome you, son of man. It has been ages since a human has come here with the dice of fate. I'm guessing so, Choketh. He's got a big, obvious boss arena. And it's a gigantic golden statue. I'm already getting Onimusha 2 vibes. The statue talked. Is that the actual Riva? Hey, if you're the real thing, then come on out here. Kappa, if you piss off a... Yeah, with it... This stupid ferret in his big mouth has already gotten us in trouble once when we met Gen. Shut up, Copa. The last thing we need is you pissing off the god whose good side we need to be on in order for this quest to be worthwhile. You think the god of destiny has time to trifle with you? My avatar is enough for the likes of you. What? Since you've come this far, you'll be granted the opportunity to roll the dice to change your destiny. But only if you can defeat my incarnation first. Prepare yourself, humans. Okay, there it is. Yup. It is a boss fight. I sure am glad I brought revival grass. I guess we're doing this. Okay. First things first. Swift grass. Next. Invincible grass. Next. Invincible grass to my allies. Jirokichi, if you could, you know, do something, that would be fantastic. Oh, he can teleport. Great. Jirokichi! There, that's a little better. Okay, let's hit some more swift grass, shall we? Pretty sure I have some. Yes, I do. Yeah, that answers that question, Kyoketh. And I guess it's time for some invincible grass again. Here's my... Oh, I used it already. Okay, I guess we're on to the good stuff. Oh. Well, that was a freaking waste. Would have been nice if we'd seen a life bar of some kind. We did it! Shiren, Jirokichi, we defeated Riva's incarnation. I feel like there's got to be a second phase, because that was a little too easy. Oh, God of Destiny, Riva, we've passed your test. Now it is time for you to give that chance to change our fate. You've done well, humans. You shall have your chance. A god does not lie. Wow, we really messed him up pretty bad, though. You're not looking so good there, dude. I think I might have a bottle of Elmer's glue here in my pack. Would that help? Think of the fate you wish to change and roll the dice. Depending on what the dice say, I will rewrite your fate. Oh, he had his own Elmer's glue. You can do it, Jirokichi. Hurry, roll and save OU. Wait. Why are you stopping us? Don't tell me you changed your mind. You said that gods don't lie. Have you come here to change the fate of the girl at Inori Village? Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid you are too late. The girl has just passed away. Her condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. Well, that's fantastic. But, you see, I've got this revival grass here that, I think we can just send to the house and get her back on her feet no time flat. So if you could just go ahead and let us roll those dice, please. What? Oh, okay. OU. Please tell Jirokichi that his taste in boy bands is trash. I'm so glad that I met him. Oh you! Oh you! Oh you! You want me to tell him your dying words? Jirokichi, why? No, this cannot be. Oh you can't die, she just can't. She wouldn't pass away without waiting for me to return first. Oh you! Jirokichi. The girl's fate has been fixed. Nothing can change that now. If that was your only purpose, return to your world now. I can't turn back after all this. You're a god, aren't you? Isn't there a way? Anything we can do, no matter how small a hope it is. It's no use. There is nothing that you can do. Huh? What's up with this wind all of a sudden? This is the tailwind of Kron. I don't know anything about this other than that it's their MacGuffin which forces you to move on from a floor in the dungeon or else it's an instant game over. I do not know why it would be showing up here now. Oh. What's this? Kron, I am the presiding god of the 8 bestial gods, and you dare defy me. Okay, I see. That's what this is. Wait a minute, so is Kron not a malevolent deity? Because Kron always seems to just be waiting around to troll us if we hang out too long in the dungeon. Is Kron not just here to make our lives miserable? Barrett, is that man a wanderer? Yeah, he's my partner, Shiren the Wanderer. Shiren the Wanderer. It seems that the god of travels smiles upon you. Oh, Kron is the god of wanderers. He wants you to... Oh, okay. So that explains why he won't let you hang out for very long on one floor in a dungeon. But what interest does he have in intervening here? Shiren is backed by the Kron brothers? So he wanders around and can't... Okay, this must have been covered in a prior game. I feel like this is something that... This must have been part of the plot of one of the earlier games in the series. And it's just not addressed here. Very well, out of respect to Kron, I will tell you how to reverse that girl's fated death. After being adamant that there is no way to do it. And I thought gods don't lie. Oh! Okay, Denim, nothing about that was even remotely obvious that that was what you were going for. But I guess Kron intimidated Riva sufficiently to get him to change his mind. I preside over destinies, so I obviously also rule over time and space. So what you're telling me is, after you gave me this big speech about, oh, there's no way, you're just going to rewind time a few days, and everything will be fine. Beyond this vortex lies the Tower of Miracles. Miracle Tower? Oh, there's another dungeon we have to go through. Got it. It is so dangerous that it is usually sealed shut. But if you conquer it and earn the chance to create a miracle, you may be able to turn back time for the girl and make it as if her death never happened. How did I know? The Dice of Fate! Oh! Budget! I like it. Oh, okay. The Dice of Fate are now a magical MacGuffin. These are the miracle dice. They may bring miracles to you if you wish for it hard enough. So what will you do? Do you have the courage to open the gates of miracles, all to save a girl from her death? I'll do it. Of course I will. If it will resurrect OU, I'll do anything. Probably not, Breakfast. She was already sick with a terminal illness, and by the time Shiren and Koppa got to the village where she lived, she was already probably a couple of days away from death. Also, is that fire in Jirokichi's eyes in this portrait? It did decoy, but I'm gonna have to wait till we're done with the Elden Ring guide before I start playing it, because God of War Ragnarok I intend to finish. And I don't want to start it until I can work on it regularly. Yeah, we'll be coming with you. Let's do this together, Jirokichi. Mina-san, Ishoni. Thank you, Koppa. Thank you, Shiren. Now go to the Tower of Miracles. Try and defy the fate of death. More likely 2023, Breakfast. Early 2023. Oh, I see what's going on here. We actually are going to space. Oh, and the music has just gotten a lot more serious. Question is, how strong are the enemies? Apparently not that much stronger than what we were dealing with before. That I can live with. Well, but actually they're giving us a whole bunch more experience. Choketh, I was thinking more like this is going to be where we fight Zeramus, but... we didn't take a gigantic airship to get here, so... Oh, actually, is this a... You read it when there are allies on the same floor, you can draw them to your position. Yeah, this could be a big help, because we don't need Jirokichi wandering off and getting killed. Oh, wow, power-up grass doesn't last very long at all. Okay, we're taking these guys out in 2 hits, and they're not doing a massive amount of damage. Although I do not appreciate how bad my accuracy seems to be. So we're gonna have to take some time to... Oh, for goodness sake! Recover some health. Actually, it'd probably be more helpful to put this on in between rooms so that we don't get ambushed. Shadowbind talismans. Oh! Okay, yeah, so... this is what those enemies turn you into. And it is a really dangerous ailment, because apparently if you get hit with a fire attack, while under the effect of that ailment, you die instantly. And you also can't attack, and you have 0 defense. It's an onigiri, Choketh. It's a rice ball that you get turned into. I don't know why. I guess the developers of this game just had a really weird idea and decided to roll with it, but... Oh, is that the idea, Denim? You get turned into a Yaki Onigiri? I guess that makes sense, in a kind of twisted way. Okay, Longfang91, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. To what do we owe the unexpected pleasure of your presence? Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome in, everybody. And the doctor, thank you very much for the resub. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. And thank you again for your support. Welcome, everyone joining us via the raid. My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Sometimes I even play them well enough not to humiliate myself in front of people who come in with a raid. Okay, Mortiferu, have a good one. Rest well. And more confusion talismans. Ah, Shersha, welcome. Good to see you. How are you doing, Shersha? Always a pleasure. Ah, well, thank you, Longfang. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for thinking of me. I am doing all right, thanks. Ooh, another blessing scroll. I will not turn that down. Of course, I have no room for it. Guess we'll just put it in here. Really, Shersha, a second dog to keep the first one company. That's gonna be a busy household. And Mortiferu, thank you very much for the resub. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Denim, if we're very lucky. Frankly, I'm astonished that I managed to focus long enough to make any progress whatsoever. But yeah, Longfang, I'm doing okay, thank you. I have been incredibly busy working on the official strategy guide for Elden Ring, and I'm equally astonished that I managed to find the time today to fit in a stream. But here we are, we made it. And I am trying my best to make the most of it. Wow, yeah, 88 damage. See, that's when it would have been nice to have that blast shield. Oh, okay, and nighttime is still a thing here. I don't know why I'm surprised. Goodness sake. Okay, now we need to switch to... yeah. Alright. Dear God! Okay, we cannot put up with that. To hell with that, then. We're gonna zap these idiots. They have treasure. Oh, okay, and that's a duplicate, so we've already got one. Freaking great. Blessed Slumber Scroll, we don't need that. After all that, I guess we're just gonna have to... Again, could you please... How's he doing? Okay, it looks like NPCs have a slightly faster HP recovery rate than the player does. Just in case, I'm gonna hit self-help here. Oh, and we'll need to clear out the stairs room, but that's fine, because we've got this. Oh, and it looks like the enemies we killed dropped items. Ooh, Blessed Invincible Grass! To replace what we spent on Riva. Sexnificent. And... how would you, my friend, like some sticky white stuff? Ooh! Blessed Strength Grass. That would have come in handy a little while ago when there was something I could dig up. Right, I think what I'm going to do, since this room is a dead end, I am pretty sure if we hole ourselves up in here, enemies will not be able to spawn in this room as long as we're here, and we can just wait for morning. And if anything does make its way down here... Yup, okay, just as I thought. And there we go. Hello, Uhane! We are indeed playing some Shiren the Wanderer 5. Alright, that wasn't so bad. This is a Mystery Dungeon style game, Uhane. Ooh, I can't one-shot those scorpions. That's gonna be tricky. Okay, so it looks like all the items are in the southeast corner of the map-ish. Knowing that, let's leave the monster detector on for now. Huh. So those guys don't see me. Okay, so I can kind of one-shot the scorpions if I use a fully powered up attack with the fireball. Oh, okay, maybe not. I guess I'm just on the cusp of being able to. But it's not a guarantee. So I'm gonna have to be very careful with them. We have one of those already. Uhane, it looks like Denim already got to answering that. Thank you, Denim. I appreciate that. Those pink mammals. The reason they give this much experience is because they only take 1 damage from physical attacks. And the amount of damage they deal is enormous, so they're really dangerous. Okay, heal grass. That can go in there. I don't think we found the stairs yet, so those must be in this last room. Yep, they sure are. Calming pieces of news, D? I'm morbidly curious as to what you mean by that. But, yeah, go ahead. Hit me. Oh, boy. Excuse me, sir. Do I look like a basketball to you? Oh, God. Okay, I do not have enough health to throw a fireball, so instead, I'm gonna throw the confused grass. And actually, you know what? Now is the time. There we go. Okay, so it appears the items here are all in the rooms adjoining where we are now. Ooh, Swiftgrass. So we've actually gotten back everything we spent fighting Riva. Alright, now we can backtrack. This is what I meant by being careful with the scorpions. This fireball ability is just god tier. It is incredible. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Rocket Head. I've never played any of the Ratchet and Clank games. Ooh, and we've got plenty of heals, too. These, I suspect, are going to come in very handy. Oh, okay. Okay, D, I gotcha. So when you say calming, you mean it's a relief. Using the magic pots in the Maneki Neko Inn? What magic pots, Denim? Pots that let you make new items. No, I don't think I have, Denim. New items? I'm not even sure I know what you're referring to. You can point them out to me, I guess, when we get back to the village. Assuming we're not about to fight the final boss sometime soon. Because I thought for all the world that that was going to be what we just did when we encountered Riva, but apparently not. Apparently there's a whole other dungeon. This dungeon is 9 floors. Okay, well, unless the difficulty spikes dramatically in the next 6 floors, I think we should... Wait, what? Sparrow's Inn? What is this? What's this place? This is cute. Tweet, this is Sparrow's storage. Please feel free to use it. Chirp, chirp. Oh, this is a tiny storage room. This is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is 3 by 3, so we only get 9 spaces here. Huh. Oh my, it's been a while since I've laid eyes on an unfamiliar human. This floor is just for us sparrows. There aren't any monsters here, so you can rest easy. Okay, but how do you keep the monsters out? And also, wait a minute. Is this in... It's in some kind of pool of water. Oh, that's what it is. I knew this place looked familiar. It's based on Itsukushima Shrine. Because Japan just loves that aesthetic. And I can't blame them. Itsukushima is a really cool place. Let me see if I can get you guys a picture of it. If any of you have ever played Nioh, then you'll have seen Itsukushima Shrine. You'll know exactly what it looks like, because it is a location that you can go to in Nioh. Here it is. Oh, for God's sake. Alright. Let me just tiny URL this, because it's like an 8-mile long link. The format is invalid? Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, there. For some reason, Twitch will not let me highlight my own, messages. But there it is. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, Choketh, that's a real place. You just might be able to alter destiny, but you'll need to be fully devoted to your goal to have any hope. If you want to try to change someone else's fate, there may be a heavy price to pay for it. That's okay, I'll just rob more shops. Taking on the Tower of Miracles? Are you serious? I don't believe... What do you mean you don't believe me? You guys literally live in the middle of the Tower of Miracles, and I'm standing right here in front of you, conquering the Tower of Miracles. And this Sparrow's over here like, fake news! Either you're an ignorant, foolish fool, or you've got a ton of confidence in your skills. There is something that's been bothering us. A trustworthy adventurer came our way. We were hoping that we could ask this of them. Oh, well, clearly I don't fit the bill then. Let me tell you, there aren't a whole lot of people who can say they've lived their lives the way they wanted. Pretty much everyone's had a life full of regrets, but you can't just sulk and give up. You must be able to make miracles that can overcome fate. I'll be watching over you from right here. Okay, I mean... I didn't even expect there to be birds here in the first place, Echo Drop. You think the guys here taste good? Would someone be upset if I took just a little nibble? Again, no. Bad kitty. You cannot eat the talking, sapient birds who run the inn. They will not allow us back here if you eat them. Welcome to Sparrow's Inn. I hope you enjoy your stay. Well, that was generic. It's rare to see a storytelling ferret tamed by a human. What? Rare? Implying that there are other storytelling ferrets tamed by a human? How often does this happen? Oh my, one of these days. No, it's nothing. Who knows what the future may hold? Also, I get the impression Shiren didn't really tame Copa. Copa just decided that Shiren was going to be his servant. Because that's the impression I get of the dynamic that they have. Welcome, are you here to... Oh, it's a shop! Okay. That's helpful, I guess. Oh, and an escape scroll. That's also helpful. And a synthesis pot. And a heal pot. This I might actually buy, because these are really helpful. Yeah, the number of times it's happened before are clearly more than 0, Artista. The problem is, if I use the storage here, I'm gonna have hell getting back to get it whatever I put in it. You know, actually, we could use that synthesis pot right now. Oh, is that how that works, Denim? Kron just assigns talking ferrets to wanderers? Being here unlocks fast travel. Okay. I didn't realize there would be a fast travel option, but I'll take it if there is one. I am a big fan of fast travel. It's canon that Shiren's ancestor had a talking tanuki as a partner. Guess it runs in the family. Oh, okay. More backstory that I've missed because I haven't played the other games. Orange Reaver, it depends on your definition of old. It was first released in 2010, I guess? But it's been through a number of ports and remasters in the time since then. Alright, Hello, Innocent Art Cat. Welcome. Good to see you. And hello, the Doctor. Welcome to you as well. Okay, Sugar Crow. Enjoy your dinner. Guten appetit and all that. Okay, we've got 3 more slots left. We may not be able to use all 3 of these slots, because I don't think I have, Oh, you know what? I think we'd be better off rather than combining these, staves, we'd be better off giving the anti-blast ability to our shield. I think that would be a better use. So we're going to insert that shield. And then we are going to insert this shield. I've never played Terranigma, Orange Reaver. Devilish, eat something prepared. Have a frozen dinner or something. Shiren 2 takes place when Shiren is 10 years old? And he was already wandering aimlessly with Copa. Wow, okay. So he's been at this for a while. It's hard to tell how much older he is in this game, but he looks to be in his teens or early 20s. So he seems to have been doing the wandering gig for a little while. Now let's see. That's a +1. I mean, we've already got the Diet Shield rune. But we could get another upgrade level out of this if we put that Diet Shield in. And I don't have anything else I can put in there that would combine. So rather than waste a slot and break the pot with 1 slot to go, I think we'll just put this in. Because that way, we've upgraded our shield. Yeah, and now we've got anti-blast. Which is a really important rune. Aw, Devilish, don't you have any snacks then? Anything? You just got done eating some rice and you made too much? Why are you sad about making too much rice, Art Cat? You should be happy, because now you've got leftovers. And there's so much you can do with leftover rice. Think of the stir-fry. Yeah, you could do that, Devilish. Nothing wrong with ordering some delivery. There you go. See, Orange Reaver knows. That's exactly it. There's never too much rice. You've just got something that can go with another meal. Okay, right, and... Honestly, I really feel like we don't need this extra balance staff. Oh, unless it was disastrously prepared rice, Artista, yeah. Yeah, that's one solution, Orange Reaver. Oh, and he's only offering us a pittance for the balance staff. Oh, well. Okay. Actually, I don't think we have space to buy anything else at the moment. Yeah, Orange Reaver, at that point, that might as well just be stir-fry. More or less, Haretsu. Alright, as much as I would like to put, to keep this preservation pot, I think a healing pot would be a little more useful. Preservation pots are fairly easy to get, and I guess in order to prevent this one from going to waste, I could just leave it in storage. Artista, you and your father both have my deepest condolences. Oh, that's not upgraded at all. Okay, well, guess we can sell that then. No, that's the correct term in Germany, Orange Reaver. That's what we call it. I've heard it referred to that many times as well. Echo Drop, what on earth? McDonald's McCrispy gaming chair. This cannot possibly be a well-made gaming chair. A fry holder and a sandwich warmer, because of course it does. As if the sedentary lifestyle of a Twitch broadcaster doesn't lead to an early enough grave as it is. Now we need to make it easier for people to clog their arteries. Freaking thanks, McDonald's. Oh, bay leaves are great for seasoning rice. Fontez, what I do... Ghoulthrax. Gee, I wonder who that is. Hey, man, good to see you. It's been ages. How are you doing? Honestly, Ghoulthrax, this game is a 5-course meal. It seems to have quite a lot going on. Fontez, I have been making rice using this technique ever since Chef Jean-Pierre released this video. I've been following that recipe, and it is fantastic. It's some of the best rice I've ever had. Although I do like the idea of adding some bay leaf. I do have some. Maybe next time I make this rice, I will add some bay leaf to it as well. I'm really glad to hear that, Gulthrax. It's always good to hear a positive report. I am hanging in, thank you. Incredibly busy with the Elden Ring guide, but hopefully that will not continue for too much longer. Yeah, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, Artista. That's the method you guys use there. Okay, gotcha, Fontez. Yeah, the butter and the shallots really add a ton of flavor to it. And I like to add additional seasoning beyond that. I'll add usually some curry powder or garam masala, depending on what I'm making. Or some paprika and chipotle powder if I'm doing like a southwestern style dish that requires rice. Like if I'm making burritos, I'll do paprika, chipotle, and adobo to season the rice. Orange Reaver, there are so many things you can use butter for. But yeah, I don't use it too often myself. I use it when I make rice, and maybe when I'm making pasta or something. But other than that, I don't do too much that requires or benefits from it. The doctor, we'd have to talk about that, because sending anything overseas right now is a tricky proposition, and I can't even guarantee that it would make it to me from you, or that it would make it back to you. Stuff has been getting lost in the post more frequently in Germany due to supply chain and logistics network issues resulting from the fallout of COVID. And those issues are causing problems, actually, with the time that it takes to ship the guides from the EU to the US. Gulthrix, by gastronomist, you make it sound like somebody who eats food for a living, which, no, I don't. I wish I could. But my restaurant review videos never really took off on YouTube, so unfortunately, until or unless I can move somewhere that has a proper kitchen for me to do actual cooking videos, I'm afraid that's probably not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. I am, however, a very avid and passionate home cook, and an enjoyer of good food. Echo Drop, A, I don't have the money to buy that amount of food. And B, as much as I enjoy eating, and as much as I enjoy great fare, I do not enjoy obesity or diabetes or dying of overconsumption. Really, Art Cat? For me, I would rather eat than drink. I mean, I don't drink alcohol at all, ever, as a rule, but... No, Echo Drop. Mukbang is a very specific type of food video where part of the definition of mukbang is you eat an enormous amount of food. Like, mukbang is when you order the 6-person meal at a restaurant by yourself, Echo Drop. That is explicitly, necessarily what a mukbang is. It's when you want to show off an enormous variety of food, but you just stuff your face with more food than one person should or even can eat. That's one way to look at it, Haretsu. No, Fontes, binge eating is when you do it repeatedly. A mukbang is specifically a type of video. It originated in South Korea, if memory serves, and it was popular for a while before COVID hit and people stopped being able to afford really expensive food, or rather before food became 3 times as expensive. But, yeah, it was a style of video that took off for a while, and then it kind of faded out, and it was kept alive in the form of some fairly low-profile memes that it spawned. Well, Echo Drop, that's what you get from reading Wiki. When the phenomenon first started, back when mukbang videos were really popular, and you can verify this yourself, you can go back and look at older mukbang videos from, I want to say it started around like 2013, 2014, around that time. If you go back to that kind of time period and watch the videos that people uploaded, you'll see that they almost always have massive quantities of food. Yeah, Ghoulthrax, that's basically, or just Korean dudes eating massive amounts of food. Echo Drop, it spawned, or not spawned, that's the wrong word, it evolved into, later on, just people eating on camera, but that's not originally what it was. Well, yeah, of course, Echo Drop. You don't think people did that for their own enjoyment over stuff themselves? It was all for clicks. It was all for engagement. Because the algorithm demands it. And in the beginning, that stuff did get clicks. Some of which were from people who just genuinely enjoyed seeing different kinds of food on display, and others were from people outraged at the amount of food being consumed by one individual who would just rage in the comments about how this kind of thing is only possible in the West while people are starving in third world countries and that sort of thing. The comments of those videos were always one or the other and nothing else. Well, Ghoulthrax, I don't know of anyone in the world who doesn't love eating. Except the Icelanders, because their food is kinda... I mean, it makes you regret the need to eat at all. But other than that... Echo Drop, I'm talking cultures, not individual people. Obviously, there are some people who don't enjoy eating, but... if you ask pretty nearly any culture in the world, what's the best food in the world, that culture will generally tell you, yeah, it's ours. Okay. So, we've cleared a little bit of space. We can afford this heal pot now. And you know what? I'm gonna get this escape scroll. Just gonna put it in there for now, because... I don't know, Echo Drop. I bet if you asked somebody like Gordon Ramsay, he would probably tell you. And, I mean, as bad as it is, even now, British food is at least gradually improving. And don't get me wrong, Echo Drop, I am not an apologist for British food. However... However, it must be acknowledged that this exists. And credit needs to go where credit is due. I don't know about that, Breakfast. I mean, it'd take a little more effort. Yeah, Fromage Fiend, I don't doubt that there are those who do. There's always someone who does. Am German, cannot confirm. Yeah, no, I do mean as a culture, and not individually, Orange Reaver. I'm German too, and as much as there is some German food that's just sort of, it's unremarkable, or just not all that special, we've got some fantastic dishes here too. Gulthrax, I will get to that question in a moment. Orange Reaver, let me respond to your comment with another video that I made a while ago. Which is this. I'm glad somebody does, Choketh. I appreciate that anybody even watches them. Well, Fromage Fiend, that's one of the biggest problems that the UK has, is that when I say British food, those two words, probably 60 or 70% of chat or more is immediately going to think cod and chips, right? Or Nando's sandwiches. Or, Tesco's meat pies, right? When, in actual fact, the UK is actually a very good country for seafood. They get some fantastic scallops and, herring off the coast of Ireland. It's just people over there, for some reason, don't tend to like that stuff, and so it goes unappreciated by the locals, oftentimes. Or else, within the different parts of the UK, people are so used to different things that they just either don't know what's available or don't care. No, Echo Drop, I'm talking about, like, fresh seafood. And again, credit where credit is due. The UK is one of the premier producers of a lot of really fantastic cheeses. There's some great cheese that comes out of the UK, like some awesome cheese. They make fantastic cheddar. There are a bunch of regional specialty cheeses, like Wensleydale, and, you know, that there's stuff. It's a little harder to find in the UK because it's all buried under Nando's and Tesco's and, you know, cod and chips, right? Oh, Roladina, one of my favorites, Orange Reaver. Yeah, like, and in fact, Orange Reaver, Wolfgang Puck, even though he's Austrian, he's responsible for popularizing a lot of really good, you know, German and Austrian dishes that are shared between our countries, and helping people to realize that they exist, you know? Yeah, Devilish, it's as Orange Reaver says, everybody has their taste. I like herring both fresh and prepared. My grandfather on my father's side, actually, Devilish, was Swedish. That whole side of the family originally comes from Sweden. And that grandfather's preferred breakfast every single day, every day of his life, was Swedish rye bread, lightly toasted, topped with pickled herring, onions, and fresh dill. Yeah, Devilish, I suspect probably, you've got sensory issues with the raw herring and the vinegar, I would guess. Well, yeah, Orange Reaver, I also live in Berlin, and I mean, you know as well as I do then, because you live here too, that if you go anywhere like Potsdamer Platz or anywhere near the center of the city or where tourists go, any of those places, like near Checkpoint Charlie or the Holocaust Memorial, or any of the spots that people come to visit from abroad, you know, the Tiergarten or Brandenburg Gate, any of those spots, pretty much, if you look for fast food or any kind of restaurants around there, every other place is either a currywurst stand or currywurst is half its menu, you know? Like, you can't go on vacation to Germany, at least not to Berlin, and not run into a place selling currywurst. So yeah, of course that's what all the foreigners, that's all they know. Yeah, or it's a big chain, exactly. So of course that's the first thing foreigners are going to say when you ask what German food have they had while they're here, because local restaurants are literally throwing it at them. You know, they're like, "Hey guys, do you like currywurst?" No. Well, maybe you will after you try some. Echo Drop, I believe Döner originally came from Turkey. They were introduced to Germany by Turkish immigrants, I think. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm about 90% sure that they were brought over here by expatriate Turks, because Germany has a very high population of expatriate Turks for some reason. I'm not totally sure why, but there are a lot of them here. And one of the many good things that they've done for Germany is they've brought over their food. And I don't know if you've ever had Turkish food, but it's pretty good. And I think there's something about just the combination of thinly shaved, tender meat wrapped in nice, soft bread with fresh vegetables and a spicy sauce, or tzatziki sauce, if that's your thing. Because that's okay too, but I prefer the spicy sauce for my döner. I think something about that just deeply appealed to German sensibilities, and everyone here was like, yeah, you know what? We like you Turks. You guys can stay. You're pretty all right. Denim, you might have noticed I added a few new tags to the stream. Yeah, Orange Reaver, it's usually little mom and pop places that have the traditional stuff. Most of what's near the center of the city is like international franchises or just kind of generic, yeah, you can get burgers or currywurst. Himander, welcome, good to see you. Yeah, DJ, it was about time. And now that they finally allowed us again to add custom tags, yeah, Orange Reaver, it was... I know it was at least originally influenced by the Turkish version, and the Turkish version isn't even really all that different. Hey, Ouija, welcome, good to see you. Yeah, Ouija, I figured I needed to be a little bit more upfront about my brand. How you doing, man? Guys, go check out my buddy Ouija. He is a charity streamer. He's a really, really great dude. Really chill. He does nice laid-back streams, and lately he has been playing Sekiro. The kebab format was what was created here. That's interesting, Orange Reaver. It seems like maybe some further research is in order, because I've never really thought too much about this, but I thought I remembered reading somewhere that the idea originated in Turkey. Or the dish originated in Turkey, and then it was brought over here, and we kind of adapted it. Which I guess is basically what you're saying, but I'm going to have to do some research and see if I can dig that up, because now you've got me curious as to the exact origins of Duna. I hope so, Himongder. Do you enjoy tangents and distractibility? Because that's now officially part of the channel. Oh, you finished it! Congrats, Ouija! Starting God of War Ragnarok. Nice. And doing face paint. That's fantastic. Good on you, man. Yeah, give the guy a follow. Head on over and follow Ouija. He's a good dude. Hey, welcome back, Monotone. Yeah, Devilish, I do know at the very least that the idea of barbecuing multiple cuts of, like really thin cuts of meat on a rotating spit in front of either a heat lamp, or originally it was in front of a fire, I think, But that technique originated in Turkey, or that form of it did. I'm not sure 100% exactly how much Germany added to it or modified, though. Oh, when you put it that way, Himongder, yeah, okay. Oh, from Ashvin, that's you. Okay. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I do care. It's nice to know who's who. Pretty much, Hazard. All right. Oh, yeah, Echo Drop. I remember you and Monotone talking about that. Or hearing about you guys having discussed it. Yeah, Binary. I mean, it's pretty drafty. That is our protagonist, Himongder. Oh, and actually, Fromage Fiend, it's just about time, it's a perfect time for you to reveal that, that you are who you are, because, yeah, you're, we actually now have somebody who is Turkish here in chat who can corroborate this. At least from the Turkish side. You showed up just as we were talking about the cultural diffusion of, doner kebabs from Turkey to Germany, and what their original form was and what they ended up as when they got here. Hello, Lady Luck. Welcome. Good to see you. In all seriousness, Monotone and Echo Drop, I don't see any reason why a grilled cheese sandwich with clam chowder would not be a good combination. I mean, to some extent, it depends on what kind of cheese you use, but actually... Oh, that's not a bowl cut, Lady Luck. It's a hat. It's a straw hat. I don't think we can, Oh, as a matter of fact, actually, we can, if we go to the title screen. Congrats, Lumino! Oh, we can't. Or we didn't get the correct art for it. Hang on. Lumino, I hope your teacher didn't spell it that way. Ah, Monotone, if you ever have an opportunity, you should. It's really good. Yikes, Art Cat. Actually, I think if we go to cancel... and we rotate through the... There it is! I knew we could get a portrait of the main character here, so that should show you a little bit better, Lady Luck, what he's supposed to look like. Wow, Lumino. Well, considering your teachers seem to be so lazy and uninterested in doing their jobs, no wonder. Well, Echo Drop, considering the amount of dairy in that combination of food, yes, it probably, you better hope you're not lactose intolerant. Monotone and Echo Drop, because this is relevant, I would venture to suggest that if you are going to have New England clam chowder and a grilled cheese, with the grilled cheese, what you might want to do is make it with some caramelized onions, sautéed with, or caramelized with, maybe a sherry vinegar, or possibly sherry wine, if you don't mind using wine. And then use maybe a sharper cheese, not something as sharp as a cheddar, But maybe something like a, what would be good? Maybe like a fontina in your grilled cheese, because the fontina will have enough flavor to be able to stand up to the clam chowder. And if you add some caramelized onions with a sherry, or like a sherry vinegar, that will give the grilled cheese more flavor as well, and it will give it flavor that goes well with the clam chowder. Himongder, you're skipping dinner. Why? No, Echo Drop, you know better than that. You know I would never recommend you to... You could use Gruyere, Choketh, yes. But you might have trouble with Gruyere running out of your grilled cheese, because Gruyere is a processed cheese. And as nice a flavor as it has a really low melting point, and when it does melt, it gets pretty watery. Well, that'll do, Orange Reaver. You can still make a decent grilled cheese out of that. All right, Breakfast, have a good one. Thank you so much for stopping in. It's always good to see you. Have a good night, dude. Oh, for goodness sake, Himongder, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Ouija, it is turn-based. Oh, gotcha. Gray bread. Wait a minute, gray bread? How moldy is it, Orange Reaver? Yeah, Ouija, I apologize. You rolled in right after everybody got me distracted talking about food. All right, Orange Reaver, do you... Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that'll do in a pinch. Orange Reaver, let me ask you then, do you have any eggs? And if you have eggs, do you have any, for example, onions? Gotcha, Choketh. Okay. All right, Monotone, have a safe trip. Ah, okay. Well, do you have any vegetables other than onions, Orange Reaver? Do you have, bell peppers or tomatoes or anything like that? Well, of course you would, Devilish. You're Dutch. You're obligated to. But no, that doesn't make it any less valid. Yeah, I do like Gouda now and again. Oh, yeah, cucumbers, Orange Reaver. Or pickles, yeah. So, what I was going to suggest, Orange Reaver, is if you've got cheese, you've got eggs, and you've got tomatoes even, you could just make yourself an omelet and stuff the omelet with tomatoes and cheese. But yeah, Devilish, when I make a grilled cheese, I like to make it with more than just cheese. I mean, just cheese is fine, but I like to add a little bit of extra flavor to it. I like to add caramelized onions to mine. And I also sometimes like to add some seasonings. If I have, like crushed red pepper, which I always do because I always keep a ton of it on hand, I'll add a little bit of that because I like a little bit of heat sometimes. And sometimes black pepper is nice on your grilled cheese, like freshly cracked black pepper. Or just a little bit of punch. But grilled cheese is really versatile. You can add all sorts of things to it. You can add bacon. You can add tomatoes. There's obviously the BLT, which is a grilled cheese with bacon, lettuce, and tomatoes, which is a tried and true sandwich. I enjoy a good BLT from time to time, long as it doesn't have mayonnaise on it. But there's all kinds of stuff. I have had to get pretty creative with grilled cheese during my college days when I was living on a shoestring budget. Well, more so than I am now, anyway. And one of my favorite things to put on grilled cheese was I could get, from a local butcher, I could get these really nice sausages that were, that he'd smoked in-house, which now I don't have to worry about because I have a charcoal grill and I can smoke my own. And it was really nice to slice up some sausage really thin and throw that on a grilled cheese. Well, Himongder, this is a JRPG. But nothing, Catherine the Great. We've had this discussion many a time, and I will keep having it as many times as it takes. You can, Haretsu, and I've seen some restaurants do really interesting things with grilled cheese. The most elaborate and unusual grilled cheese I think I've ever seen was one that had fontina, I want to say camembert, and brie, and then it had something a little bit more melty. I think it had Swiss or something like that, or Emmentaler or something. And it had fresh basil and a drizzle of honey. And I think it might also have had fresh figs. It was a little too sweet for my taste, but other than how overly sweet it was an interesting idea. Never you mind, Innocent Art Cat. It's nothing you need to worry about. Just whatever you do, avoid it at the grocery store, don't buy it, and your life will be peachy. Yeah, and if it weren't clear that this is a Japanese game, it ought to be clear now. Oh, Himongder, I know you had your dinner stolen from you, but please. The weirdest grilled cheese you had is cheese between slices of cake? Does that even count as a grilled cheese at that point, Echo Drop? Because I feel like that's just cake with cheese. How do you even... You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. See, Devilish, that is a real sandwich, though. That is an actual sandwich that you can get. Or make. I mean, you don't have to buy it. Devilish, actually, here in Germany, that's a sandwich that you commonly see at the sandwich stands at train stations and other places that are heavily trafficked. And you see it at restaurants, too, sometimes. It's basically it's a sandwich on, I think it's usually served on a baguette or ciabatta. Ciabatta is probably more authentic, considering it uses ingredients that we tend to associate with Italy. But it's usually served on either ciabatta or a baguette, and it just has fresh sliced tomatoes, slices of fresh mozzarella, fresh basil leaves, and then pesto. And it's a really good sandwich. It's one of my favorite sandwiches. Especially when it's fresh and the bread is nice and soft on the inside and crispy on the outside. I don't mind dried tomatoes, Rockethead. They're not my favorite. If I'm going to eat tomatoes at all, I prefer them fresh. Or, you know, cooked in a dish. But dried are okay, depending on what they're being used for. Or how they're being used. Yeah, they're popular throughout this part of the EU for some reason, Lady Luck. I'm not entirely sure why. They're more of an Italian-style sandwich. But a lot of people in Germany seem to like them too, and I guess Austria. I love caprese as well, Waltz Queen. I make it very often. And HD, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yeah, you got here just in time, HD. I thought maybe I would sit down to play some Shiren the Wanderer, but then chat showed up and were like, hey, you guys enjoy food? And I went, yes. And an hour and a half later, here we are. Yeah, Ouija, some people do. My problem with sun-dried tomatoes isn't so much the flavor, because they have okay flavor depending on what you put them in, but it's the texture. And it's not even that I find the texture unenjoyable, it's just that they're really inconvenient to eat because they get so dry and leathery and chewy. And oftentimes you'll get something like a focaccia that has sun-dried tomatoes on it, and the flavor is fine. But the problem is, when you take a bite of it that's got a big chunk of sun-dried tomato, you end up having to chew that bite for 4 times as long. Yeah, Echo Drop, I know most of the meal prep pictures I post on my Discord, the majority of them have caprese. Now my throat's drying out. Water this time. Because I've been drinking tea all night. It is HD. I was supposed to finish this game tonight, but I'm fine, Catherine, I promise. Yeah, Hemongder, I understand how you feel there. The problem is, Hemongder, it's because it takes so much effort to make food that looks that good. Orange Reaver, I have a strong suspicion that cake grilled cheese is probably an American thing. It's abominable enough that I wouldn't be surprised if it originated there. You know what, Echo Drop? I miss Meyer lemons. Meyer lemons have such good flavor, and I haven't seen them in a grocery store for years. Well, or any dish in Yakuza games, Rockethead, right? Because... Oh, gotcha, Catherine. I see. Hemongder, unless you enjoy sautéed mice, you probably don't want the neighborhood cats cooking for you. Don't we all, Devilish? Only in the USA, Lady Luck, right along with fried Oreos and deep-fried sticks of butter. Oh, specifically, I see, Rockethead. Orange Reaver, it would really very specifically depend. Oh, Catherine, your poor arteries. Of course they're not good, Echo Drop. They're just meme food. Himongder, do you need a recommendation for something that you can make? Do you have ingredients on hand that you can at least use to improvise a dinner? Yeah, just for the shock value a local burger joint sold them, Echo Drop. Yeah, HD, for some reason, using two sandwiches as the outer components of a bigger sandwich has become a trend in recent years. I've done my best to avoid it, so I don't know exactly when it became a thing or why it took off. But it's definitely not an isolated phenomenon. I've seen it around. Oh, and there's nothing else, Himongder. You've got to be able to, like I said, if you've even got some eggs and some onions and some tomatoes or something, you can make yourself an omelet. I mean, if you've got cheese, so much the better. They do, Choketh, they do. Hey, Debler, welcome! Catherine, I'm tempted to say sand, witch. Ah, Orange Reaver agrees with me. Oh, Innocent Art Cat, my heart goes out to you. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, deep-fried gimmick foods should scare you. That just means you're a sensible, rational human being. Climb these stairs to reach the Tower of Miracles. Please be cautious if you go upstairs. Only a little further. Shiren and Kopa, thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without your help. I'll keep working until the very end. Understandable, Orange Reaver. Totally understandable. Yeah, I guess he could do tamagoyaki or dashimaki, but the thing is, Echo Drop, for that he would need bonito flakes and all of the trappings. That's true, Catherine. I imagine, Devilish, it probably just tastes like two sandwiches with stuff in between. Yeah, Rockethead, of course, you, one of the Italians, would want to sing the praises of Amatriciana. You know what, though, Rockethead? You're absolutely right. Amatriciana is fantastic. I personally am still learning how to make it. I haven't quite perfected the technique yet. Also, it can be a little bit difficult to find pancetta. I can get regular bacon or, you know, pork belly, no problem. But pancetta is a little bit trickier to get my hands on for some reason. Well, Walt's clean. At least his heart's in the right place. Too bad about his arteries, though. Where to get Cajun? You know, Orange Reaver, I'm embarrassed to admit, it has never occurred to me to even look for a Cajun restaurant in Germany. Well, that's the problem, Rockethead. Pancetta is the closest substitute that I can get to guanciale. Like, actual guanciale, the cheek, I cannot find anywhere. So I've had to do the best I could with the pancetta I could get. Devilish, Amatriciana is a tomato-based sauce that basically involves you you brown some pork cheek in a pan, cubed pork cheek, like diced, and you use that as the base for the sauce. And then you add Parmigiano Reggiano and your tomatoes, and it just basically comes out being a really, really rich tomato sauce. Like super, super rich. Yeah, Choketh, it's miserable to find here. I'm not familiar with either of those channels, Debler. Thank you for the references. Oh, okay, Orange Reaver, I see. So Orange Reaver, Cajun spices. And I grew up in the United States, so I do have some experience with this. Yeah, go ahead, Debler. Yeah, Devilish, it is a pasta sauce, yes. You would normally serve it with something like penne or maybe rigatoni. I mean, you could serve it with whatever kind of pasta you wanted, but you want a type of pasta that will absorb sauce really well. Orange Reaver, let me see if I can find you something authentic. Here we go. Let me just verify the ingredients here. Okay, here we go. In fact, I've got a couple of possible recommendations for you, Orange Reaver, for things that you can order here in Germany. But typically, if you're talking about a traditional Caribbean jerk seasoning, the dry seasoning, those you can find commonly enough. And they vary from Caribbean to Cajun style. However, I've got a couple of recommendations for you of both. Here we go. Let me shorten these links for you. Bear with me for just a moment. This is going to take a little bit of editing. And I will tell you, Orange Reaver, that a couple of these I use myself, and they're very good. Here we go. So first... Yeah, sorry, Orange Reaver. It takes me a minute to cross-reference these, but there's that. There's this. And here's this. And these, in general, are these are going to be really good quality, very authentic seasoning blends. As for, like a sauce, like jerk chicken sauce, because those can be nice to have on hand as well. Let me pull those up for you. Oh, I need to modify this link too. Hang on. Let me make sure I didn't send you a duplicate. Okay, that is a duplicate, so... Sorry, it's hard to keep track of these. That one I've shown you, that one I've shown you. Oh, I lost it. Hang on. Oh, and... Koya, thank you so much for the resub. Oh, I lost it. Well, those will have to do for now for that. Sorry, I had a third one I was going to recommend, but now I can't find it again. But as for actual sauces... Here we go. Boy, yeah, the, Here we are. Now, depending on what you're looking for, Orange Reaver, you might or might not want things spicy, but... if you don't mind things a little spicy... Ha! Yeah, Hemongder, if only. Besides which, like I would ever level Dex. Oh, here's the third one. Here's the other dry seasoning. Oh, you're very on board with spicy. Well, that's perfect. In that case... in that case, let me get you a recommendation. Or... here we are. So this is going to tend more toward the Caribbean side, but... here we are. This ought to do. Sorry, I have to shorten these links again. There's that, and... let me just check the ingredients on this. Okay, yeah, this is, looks like I can actually shorten these links even more. Boy, it is unbelievable how, unnecessarily long they are. There's that. And there's this. I apologize, everyone. I know I've, gotten sidetracked yet again. Anyone who came here to watch me play this game has long since left. They're like, who the hell is this guy, and what does he think he's doing? There. Okay, those are my recommendations, Orange Reaver, for what you can get here. Waltz Queen, that depends on what you consider palatable. I'm really sorry to hear that you didn't like the gnocchi with truffles in it. Waltz Queen, well, when you say palatable... oh, Denim, we're underwater at this point. We're chugging along the ocean floor by now. Yeah, just a Shiren the Wanderer screensaver. Well, thank you, Devilish. I appreciate that. No Echo Drop, I did not. Himongder, you know me too well. Oh, Christ, Echo Drop. Of course, he links a picture of it. The truffles are too strong as the center of the dish. Okay. Waltz Queen, if you're finding that a dish has a flavor that's too strong, I recommend make a cream sauce. Because the cream will cut the strength of whatever other flavors you put in it. So, you could do a, like a cream sauce with white pepper. And possibly some caramelized shallots. And that will take the edge off the truffles. Alright, Echo Drop, let's see. Echo Drop, where on earth did you get the idea? I see the number of people viewing this page increasing very rapidly. You know what, Echo Drop? If I were in the desert starving, and I had the choice to either eat this or die of starvation, I think I could maybe bring myself to eat this. Oh, I didn't see it, Devilish. I'm sorry, but I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, Fei Kong, you're one of the ones I was most worried were going to leave because you just found your way in here. You'd explicitly told me you were looking for an English Shiren the Wanderer stream, which I promise I intended to do. And you show up here and you got like an hour of what you were looking for, and then the rest of it was just this. I'm like, oh, I feel so bad. That poor person is just going to bail. But you haven't, and I really appreciate that. It means a lot that you've stayed. Orange Reaver, I'm going to let Echo Drop explain that to you. Yeah, Denim, I appreciate that Echo Drop went to the effort of basically preparing a book report on this dish. It was for a lasagna ramen... What? Who holds that kind of contest? Oh, wait, you live in California. Never mind. Makes perfect sense. What am I talking about? Of course it was for the memes. Why else would anyone make something like that? You did what, but it didn't do enough, Waltz Queen? You made a cream sauce and it didn't do enough? Yamatan Jedi, welcome. Yes, I am planning to proceed. I should apologize to you because, first of all, thank you for joining us, Yamatan. Yokoso and all of that stuff. I should forewarn you, I get very distracted and I really enjoy talking about food, and it was my intent to finish this game tonight. I think I'm pretty close. I think I'm not that far from the end. But one of the things that tends to happen around here is that I get very distracted talking about food, especially when someone in chat asks me for recipe advice. So... Oh, okay, you're using translation software. That's not a problem, Yamatan. No problem at all. I'm happy to have you, and I hope that my English is easy for you to understand. Waltz Queen, you found out that cream sauce didn't really take the edge off the truffles, but maybe you should have put more sauce. Well, there are a couple of things you can do beyond that. You took second? Echo Drop, do I want to know what came in first? Waltz Queen, you could use a... Well, you could cook the gnocchi a little bit longer before you add the sauce. Or you could change the water that you use to boil them. Book it to the end at this point. Echo Drop, this one, huh? This is supposed to be Tsukemen? I don't see the noodles in here. I mean, it honestly looks mostly just like regular lasagna. Oh, it was regular lasagna. Okay, I was gonna say, I don't see any noodles in there. That kind of sounds like it was cheating. Because, yeah, to me, that just looks like regular lasagna. Alright, let's get moving. And we'll see if we can, It's a reasonably high-res image, Waltz Queen. What the? Flying floor? Oh, the judge allowed it. Sounds rigged to me, Echo Drop. I know, right? None of us expected gameplay, Devilish. What were we thinking? I really do want to try and focus, though. But yeah, Waltz Queen, you could change the water in which you're cooking the gnocchi, because that will help dilute the flavor a little bit. You can use more sauce, certainly. Right, Waltz Queen. Probably you and most of the others as well. And you can also, if you want, Waltz Queen, you can add other ingredients. Like, you can add some meat or some cheese. Ooh, strength grass. Oh, okay, Echo Drop. Well, that's good at least, I guess. Yeah, no problem, Waltz Queen. The only thing I would advise you is you don't want to... Oh, okay. Leveled up and gained an ability. Waltz Queen, you don't want to go nuts adding too many flavors that are stronger than the truffles, because otherwise you'll end up with something that's just so overpowering it'll be inedible. Add light flavors. And honestly, Waltz Queen, what you could even do as well is, you could make some other gnocchi if you have another flavor, that are not truffle flavored, and you could cut them with the ones that are truffle flavored. So you've got some variety in there, and you're not just, getting truffle flavored ones the whole time. Alright, Himonger, good luck. Wait, what? Fake Shiren can't talk right now. He turned Jirokichi into me. I didn't know it gets uplifting either, Denim. Mountain Dew Gamer Ramen and McDonald's Ramen? Echo Drop, this guy scares me. Oh, no kidding, Lady Luck. How old is he? Because this is the kind of game that I feel like, oh, great. Sealed Revival Grass. His stuff was featured on Reddit's Twitter account. Jeez. Oh, no kidding, Feikong. That's really sweet. Yeah, if he's 14, then he should be able to wrap his head around the basic systems of this game with no trouble, Lady Luck. Jirokichi, can you please stop impersonating me for 5 minutes? Thank you. Oh, good. There's the stairs. But yeah, Lady Luck, I think that would be a great idea. This game has a bit of a learning curve, but at the same time, that might be just what you need if you're looking for a way to bond over JRPGs. You know, antidote grass would not be a bad thing to have at this point, because we're running into enemies that can cause poison. Anyway, Orange Reaver, I apologize, I never finished my thought. Oh, goodness sake. Oh, he's just gonna throw other enemies at me now. Okay. Orange Reaver, I was gonna ask, were the recommendations helpful? Were they what you were looking for in terms of seasonings and sauces to hopefully fulfill your desire for the Cajun flavors? Or the Caribbean flavors, anyway. But there's a little bit of overlap. They were! Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, no kidding, Lady Luck. If that's the case, then he should have no trouble with this. Hey, Bone! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. What deed are we talking about? The subscription or something else? Put that there. There we go. Ah, Echo Drop, that is terrifying. Oh, congrats, Bone. Very good. Good on you. Choketh, in the United States right now, today was, or, well, by our reckoning, in Europe, yesterday, but November 8th was the day of very important elections in the United States. What are we looking at here? Oh, antidote grass. Okay. I don't think I'm going to need all three, but we'll keep them on hand just in case. Oh, goodness sake. Okay, well, that was fine then. Okay, let's see what this flying floor thing does, although I have a feeling it's probably pretty self-explanatory. Yep, the question is, do the others come with me? They sure do! Should probably recover my health here, because... Oh! Right, of course, there are flying enemies here. Hey, Frosty! Now, there's a username I have not had the pleasure of seeing for a long time. How are you doing, man? It's great to see you. I hope you are well. Thank you so much for stopping in. I've been well enough, thank you. Guys, if you don't know my buddy Frosty, head on over and check him out. I have very rarely seen him streaming in recent years, and I hope everything has been okay, Frosty, but it's great to have you back. Or as back as you currently are. I'm not really 100% sure of your status, but I hope you're well. Oh, happy birthday, Devilish. Happy belated birthday at this point. But by German reckoning, it's better to wish someone a late birthday than an early one. Goodness sake. A curse trap right in front of the flying floor. Just what I needed. Okay, do I? Yes, I do. Matter of fact. Well, welcome back, Frosty. I'm really glad to have you. It's good to see you again. And I'm glad you have a chance to relax a little. Bone, what are you responding to? Oh, Floofin, why is there a cheer minimum of 10,000? No, that's deliberate. It's to prevent people and discourage them from using bits on this channel. First of all, because bits are a bad deal for you guys, and also because the cut that Twitch takes of bits is unreasonable. And especially now that Twitch has gone all in on corporate greed, and refusing and basically spitting in broadcasters' faces when all we asked for was a fair revenue split for continuing to make this platform relevant. And Twitch's upper management basically said, no, that's not our priority. If you want more money, run more ads. We'll still take the same cut of your ad rev, but... So at this point, I've lost any desire to let Twitch skim off any more profit than they absolutely have to in order for me to continue streaming here. Which is why I also recommend that people use this. So, Bone, the high bit limit is basically to protect people from letting Twitch rip you off. And charge you $120 or $130 or $140 or whatever it is for $100 worth of bits. Or to Floofin, whoever it was that asked that. Sorry. Oh, Floofin, you're doing this just to upset me. I know it. Why do you do this? Miscreant, as far as I'm concerned, it's not insubordination because my only loyalty is to my community. You guys are the reason I'm here. I have no loyalty to Twitch. Which is kind of funny because I was just starting to feel a little bit of loyalty to Twitch when Amazon took it over and everything became corporate greed. I was just starting to feel some fleeting semblance of attachment to this platform. And then Bezos bought it, and the people in charge went, yeah, but you know what's better than treating our employees fairly, or our contractors and content creators fairly? Because technically we're not employees. You know what's better than that? Soaking them for all the money they're worth? Oh god, you can crash into enemies in midair? You know what? We take these. Yeah, Haretsu, they are trying harder and harder to prevent people from being able to use these, but... No, of course not, Choketh. Miscreant, I started off on YouTube. YouTube is where I first built my audience. And I felt like I'd kind of betrayed or abandoned them when I moved over here, when YouTube got terrible as a platform. But YouTube still isn't any better than Twitch. I mean, their streaming UI is awful. There's a Legend of Mana anime, Bone? Since when? I know there's a manga. Well, I appreciate that, Miscreant, and again, I would like to be able to do a little bit more with it. Partly I haven't had time because of the Elden Ring guide, and partly it just became untenable for me to do regular uploads there. With the length of videos that I had been doing. Oh. Started airing in October. What do you mean airing? It's on actual TV and not just a streaming service? I had no idea. This is the first time hearing of it. Recently, there are even cases where it seems channels are getting targeted by YouTube in order to get them 3 strikes for no reason apart from the... Yeah, Devilish, but that's always happened. YouTube has always selectively discriminated against specific users for no discernible reason, or at least no discernible reason related to their terms of service. I'm really glad you enjoyed those, Choketh. We put our hearts and souls into making them. Oh, jeez. Okay, 56 damage to Gen, huh? These monsters are starting to really ramp up in strength. Well, let's see if... Oh, GG again. I think we should still be able to hit almost all of them. Oh, and Gen finished off the explosion. Very good. GG, Gen. Wow. Really doing it over here. Ah, you guys. Seriously, thank you for all the love for those guides. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the others at Future Press as well. I want you guys to know, not just the writers and the editors and the artists, but it means a lot to the heads of company, too. The guys who run the place, it makes them really happy to get feedback about how much people love those books. And I relay that feedback to them every opportunity I get. No, Miscreant, partners are not allowed to disable ads on Twitch. We are literally not given a setting that lets us do so. The only control we have over ads is whether or not to run an ad manually during a stream, which I have never done and never will do. We aren't even given access to settings that control automatic ads. Twitch forces that. We have no control over it. Oh, very good, Himongder. I hope you enjoyed it. They're pretty cool phenomena. But yeah, the fact that Twitch deliberately goes out of its way not to give partners control over how ads appear on our channels is why I have zero qualms pointing you guys to various ad blockers. Oh, I know, Neo Shadow. Believe me, I know. Devilish, I don't know where you're hearing that. It is not possible to disable subscriptions on Twitch. Unless this is some kind of setting that's only given to the top tier of their partners, because not all Twitch partners are created equal. Twitch has a generic partner contract which it issues to 99% of its partners, but it also cuts backroom deals with really big channels. And they get preferential treatment. They get access to things that other partners don't have access to. But you cannot just turn off your subscription service on Twitch. That I don't know, Himongder. I haven't heard anything to that effect. And I'm also not sure what you mean, Himongder. Are you talking about Chrome implementing code to stop people from being able to use ad blockers? Oh, Yamatan, I haven't actually watched Berserk. I'm familiar with it, I know what it is, because it's influenced so many of the video games that I've played. But I appreciate the recommendation for Strange Moon. I will have to take a look at that. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Yamatan. Himongder, I can't really very well watch it now. Manifest V3? What? I feel like I've lost the thread of this. Oh, wow. Wait a minute, Gen can, he can inflict status ailments? Okay, that I did not know. Oh. Okay. Alright, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Oh, there goes Gen. We tried. That was probably inevitable. It's going to kill how ad blockers work currently. So all Chromium-based browsers will not be able to run ad blockers. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all. That's typical Google scumbaggery, but, I guess that just means people are going to have to abandon Chrome. And I'm sure quite a few people will. Yeah, that's true, Orange Reaver, considering what a scummy company Google is and how terrible the people are who run it. I agree, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't done this much sooner. But fortunately, I moved away from Chrome years ago. Oh, right. These are nighttime enemies. A little bit, Himongder. I think it's more meant to be designed with the theme of flames. Lady Luck, you're a computer engineer, never use Chrome, it spies on you all. Yeah, I mean, this is stuff some of us already know, that Google is just harvesting information. But that's what Firefox is for. And if you really want to go the extra mile for security, Tor. Oh, we learned Kaboom Bullet. S. Wow. This will shoot out an energy blast in front to attack monsters. Shouting out Kaboom amplifies its ability to harness dark energy. If you don't believe me, test it by get... Okay, you know... I feel like maybe this would be better than Sticky Shot. Well, yeah, Floofin, that's only because Microsoft is desperate to keep people using Edge. Unfortunately, Edge is a garbage browser no matter what, and it needs far more work than just continuing to support, ad blockers. Well, I don't, Frosty. Frankly, I don't know of anyone who does. Oh, okay, Floofin, now I know of one person who does. My condolences, Floofin. You really should consider joining the 21st century, friend. Oh, Bone. You know what, actually, before daytime, let's see how good this ability is. Okay, I guess that's alright. You just started a government job and stuff auto-opened in Edge? That is scary, Waltz Queen. Oh, there's the stairs. Oh, I'm not surprised at all, Orange Reaver. And they push it more than anything in Windows 11, which is explicitly designed to be used by tech-illiterate boomers who have no clue. I think we're supposed to throw a healing item at him. Exactly, Waltz Queen. Precisely. Oh, I shouldn't have eaten that. Oh, well. Not like we're gonna need it. Yeah, at this point, Denim, the enemies appear to have gotten strong enough that... How much damage? 36. Okay. So, I'm not in any danger of being one-shotted, but... I'm gonna be worn down pretty quickly if I screw around. Oh, goodness sake, or if that happens. Orange Reaver, they already more or less have. Windows 11 constantly nags you to use Microsoft services. And it constantly spams you with notifications and nags and all kinds of other irritating stuff. And yeah, Choketh, he got KO'd by a night monster. And my accuracy is just garbage. I can't hit anything. Every other attack seems to be missing now. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to stand around here and heal, clearly. Oh, Miracle Alcove. Yeah, Orange Reaver, the gaming PC that I got, which is what I'm streaming on now, auto-updated to Windows 11 from Windows 10, which is already a bad operating system. And I ended up having to go through all kinds of trouble and literally rip out parts of the operating system using command line and PowerShell, and then delete or modify or add something like 25 or 30 different registry keys just to get the stupid OS to A, stop spying on me, and B, to start behaving even remotely the way I needed it to, which is as much as to say, not constantly opening virtual desktops or spamming me with nags about creating a Microsoft account or using OneDrive. And it's just, it's been such a hassle. Yeah, Walls Queen, stay on 10. I mean, 10 is bad enough, but... Whoa, there's a Riva statue here, just like the one in the Destiny room? It is, Floofin, but that's how they get you. Right? Is they wear you down with this constant assault on your privacy, and you just give up. I am angry enough at these companies that I will never give up. And at this point, I'm done updating to new operating systems. Yeah, Innocent Art Cat, funny thing about that. I've talked with a number of people who are software developers or who work in IT, and they've all told me that a massive number of people still use Windows 7 because they prefer it over how bad the newer operating systems have gotten. I still use Windows 7 on my old PC because it's just so much easier to use. It's got so much less of that scummy garbage, and what it does have was easier to find and disable. Destiny has two faces, the face of creation that guides all and the face of destruction that ends all. Haretsu, the only proper recipe for the rich is just a big old bonfire and a spit. Whoa, what? Oh, he spins. Q Inferno Plus. Who are you? I am the god of space and time, the incarnation of Great Riva. Great Riva? Correct, the god of destiny and the god of space and time. We are two sides of the same coin. My counterpart must have promised you something in the Destiny room. Are you here to roll the miracle dice? Yeah, that's just because they kept getting worse after 7, Waltz Queen. Well, Orange Reaver, but chances are Valve will probably be doing the same kind of scummy stuff that, Google and Microsoft have been doing for years. That's right, and we have the miracle dice right here. Very well, then roll the dice. Let us see if you can turn back time for the dead girl. If you roll the highest possible total on the dice, I will revive the girl. However, to revive that girl, someone else must shoulder the burden in her place. What? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, is this a, someone takes her place kind of deal? The girl's fate has changed, someone else must be given the fate she had. If you roll the dice, you may save the girl, but in exchange, you will die here and now, Jirokichi. Well, that's fine. Jirokichi's death is a sacrifice I'm happy to make. Yeah, Haretsu, but considering what kind of game this is, you know it's not. I guarantee you right now, Jirokichi is going to roll the dice, he's going to get all 7s or whatever the highest total is, and somehow, probably through the power of friendship or something, he is not going to die. He's going to stay alive, he's going to cheat fate, We're going to fight Riva and kick his butt so hard, he's like, okay, look, I'm sorry. I'll bring her back and you can just leave. I guarantee you. You've got to be kidding. That's insane. What's crazy about that? I'm twisting space and time to save a life. Death and life must balance each other. A zero-sum game. That is the rule of the universe. Yeah, and as we learned from his counterpart down below, he's a huge liar. Tells us one thing and then goes right back on his word 5 minutes later. But I wasn't speaking to you, Ferret. What do you choose, Jirakichi? Will you still roll the dice? This can revive her, if this is what it takes to give OU another chance at a happy life. Whoa! What just happened? Then I will roll the dice. Wow, his character portrait got a little bit more obscure all of a sudden. Jirakichi. It's okay, Kappa, thank you. OU, you have to live and find your happiness. I will revive you, you can count on me. I do appreciate all the different character portraits these guys have. Some work definitely went into that. Exactly, Denim. Hold it. Hey, why don't we have a little challenge? Oh, of course. A challenge, you say? That's right. If we win, we want you to bend the rules of the universe a bit. Even if OU was revived, she would never be happy if it came at the expense of Jirokichi's life. If that happens, OU would definitely not live a happy life, and she would hate us. She'd never forgive us. Papa. A challenge, you say? Huh? How does a human intend to challenge a god? With these 8 pots of invincible grass, my friend. I don't think you've taken a look at my inventory. Has your brain gone squirrely, Ferret? Your insolence is infuriating. You mortals dare challenge me. You must have gotten full of yourselves simply because you defeated the god of destiny's avatar. That's not it. I believe in... Oh, this localization. I believe in the power of people, of my partner Shiren. Very well, if you so insist, I will test your strength. A god will never shy away from an honest challenge. If you somehow defeat me, then I shall bend the rules of the universe for you. If I revive the girl, I will not take Jirokichi's life in exchange. I make that promise to you. Alright, then it's set. It's all writing on you, Oh yeah, sure, volunteer me! This is for OU and Jirokichi. Have at you, Wanderer. Show me just how much a human can resist the power of a god. Shiren's equipment came off. Do you think that scares me? Do you think ripping off my clothes... Oh, well, there goes Jirokichi. You think ripping off my clothes is going to do anything whatsoever? You can blind him? And paralyze him. Okay, well, I mean, if he's paralyzed, we might as well get Jirokichi back up. And we might as well give him some of the good stuff. Oh, okay, he auto-dispels his status ailments. You know what? Matter of fact, let's give Jirokichi some of the good schnoof, too. And now we both get 2 attacks per turn. Oh, and now he's asleep. Okay. It definitely seems that way, Denim. Oh. Well, there he goes. Yeah, Orange Reaver. Like I said, it seems like some real work went into this. You did it, Shiren. Haretsu, I don't know exactly, but I know that the blessed items last twice as long. Himongder, the sword that I'm using, I have upgraded with the ability to inflict a few different status ailments. You did it, Shiren. You win. You are much stronger than you appear, Wanderer. Dude, like I said, I went to the dispensary yesterday, and I picked up some of that deluxe Primo Invincible grass. The stuff you need a permit for. Very well, I shall keep my promise. I will not exchange Jirokichi's life for the girl's. But unless you roll 10s, the highest number on the dice, the girl's life will not return. And the laws of the dice cannot be bent. All right. Do it, Jirokichi. Here goes. All lucky 10s. Because what other outcome is there? Also, what part of these things makes them dice? This is just a gyroscope at this point. I have no idea if that counts as a... Oh, okay, I guess it does. Beat him with the power of I earned that shit without paying for the DLC. Right. Okay, I guess that somehow counts as 10s. Okay, sure. You did it, Jirokichi. You saved OU. I'm happy for you. Yeah. Where's his mouth? Hey, Mantis Man, welcome. Great to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you're well. It must be roughly morning for you now. Oh no, actually, it's midnight. I've lost all track of what time it is. Hey, Systemi. Good to see you too, Mantis Man. You people are so lucky, but if this is what the dice desire, I have no reason to refuse. Come on, Great Riva, keep your promise and turn time back for Oyu. Revive her. Mantis Man, because Twitch is just run by greedy scumbags at this point. Try this, Mantis Man, and if it doesn't work, go install uBlock Origin in your browser. I'm going to have to add that link to the chat command. He revives her as a baby. Yeah, that wouldn't do Jirokichi any good, would it, Himongder? Rewrite her fate and give her back. Just give OU the chance to finally be happy. Very well. I, Great Riva, God of time and space, I command time to reverse. Let the fires of life be kindled once again. Please tell Jirokichi that I'm so glad I met him. OU. Oh, we've seen this. Somebody gifted you a sub, Mantis Man, apparently. But yeah, Mantis Man, use uBlock Origin. In combination with TTV LOL, it might help. What was that? Was I just dreaming? OU, are you okay? OU. This old woman isn't even identified as a family member of OU, so we have no idea what relation they are, if any. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Denim. It never occurred to me that you might be able to do that. No, Waltz Queen, I am too. I'm right there with you. Oh, you're... Mantis Man, I think somebody gifted a bunch of them and you were just automatically assigned one. Oh, Grandma, why do you look so shocked? What are you talking about? Oh, how do you feel? Do you feel sick? What happened to your illness? Huh, now that you mention it, that is strange. I'm not in pain at all. What happened to me? All that time I spent bedridden with my illness feels like a dream now. Okay, so using VLC Media Player can, yeah, I was gonna say, Orange Reaver, I didn't realize you could open a Twitch stream in VLC. That is new knowledge to me. Thank you for apprising me of that, Denim. Yeah, Venetia, but a game in which the silent protagonist has absolutely no agency, and he's got some kind of, or she, or whomever, whatever, the protagonist has some kind of talking animal companion or robot companion that just basically projects a personality onto the protagonist, Morgana, is just, it's insufferable. It's so old, and I'm so tired of it. My goodness, this is a miracle. A miracle has occurred. The gods must have taken pity on your life. No, Grandma, that's not it. This is all thanks to Jirokichi. Oh, Grandma! Okay. So it is her grandma. Jirokichi and the Traveler saved me. I'm sure of it. I'm sure they're behind what happened. Oh, then they've succeeded. That crazy Jirokichi. They changed your fate, OU. And Systemi, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Well, we did it. Oh, does Genshin have that? I don't know. I stay away from Genshin, Orange. Devilish, I presume you mean God of War Ragnarok. Well, yeah, Venetia, but those are usually the exception rather than the rule. I'm not familiar with Tales of Xillia, and I don't doubt that it's the case, but... Oh, Tactics Ogre. Gotcha, Devilish. Okay. Yeah, Tactics Ogre handles it well, because he's not a silent protagonist. Wait, Jirokichi. If you travel back to the village on foot, it may take quite some time to see your OU. That hole leads to a place close to the village. Use that to return. Oh, well, that's awfully sporting of you, Riva. I guess that ass-whooping we just handed you taught you a little humility, huh? Thank you, Lord Great Riva. Oh, there he goes. In before the hole does take him back to the village, but it just dumps him in the well as a prank. That Jirokichi, I'm sure he's just dying to see OU again. I see that many of us have the same idea. Interesting, Venetia. That I did not know about that game. And now we come to you, Wanderer. What will you do? Will you roll the dice? You have claimed the dice and climbed the Tower of Miracles. It is your right to roll and change your fate. Now, I'm calling it right here. We are not given an option to roll the dice. Kappa is going to interrupt us and take over the dialogue and say, why no? We're happy with the fate we have. We just love wandering. Why would we ever want a better fate than that? And I'm going to have no say as the player. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. Ah, gotcha, Devilish. Although I doubt you have anything you wish to be granted at the cost of your life. Well, no, but that Powerball jackpot's looking pretty tasty right now. You can make miracles happen too. Simply wish for something as you roll the dice. No, Denim, I've just played a JRPG or two in my time. I know how their writing is handled, and I know exactly what kinds of influences go into the story. Nah, we'll pass. Yeah, see, I knew it. Doesn't even give me a chance. Just speaks up. No choice for me. No wishing for an ultimate weapon or shield or equipment. Nothing like that. Not even wishing for a free meal when we get back to the village, which is the bare minimum compensation for helping Jirokichi with this. We came here for Jirokichi and Oyu. Besides, we're just fine making miracles without having to rely on luck. Speak for yourself, Copa. Isn't that right, Shiren? No! Anyway, Great Riva, we'll be going now. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lady Luck, these games are all the same in terms of how they're written. They are all the same in this regard. Anyway, Great Riva... Oh, I read that. As you wish. If you ever change your mind, feel free to return. Let's get going, Shiren. I want to see you all better too. Plus, we can totally tease Jirokichi while we're at it. You go do that! I'm just going to be climbing the tower again to roll the dice. Orange Reaver, the implication is the cost is not necessarily the dice roller's life. It is to save someone else, but apparently Riva can even stretch that. So, you know, clearly that cost is not absolute. It's just something that he told us and yet again lied to us about. So just one more thing. You can manipulate the dice to make any fate you want show up, right? Are you implying that I weaseled with the dice, Ferret? I don't know about that, but did you maybe alter the roll to help out poor Oyu and Jirokichi? Your name was Kopo, was it? A mere ferret is daring to impugn a god by calling him a cheater? I am the god of time, space, and miracles. I have no need to cheat with dice. In the end, the result will be as I wish. Yeah, also known as cheating. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. In any case, we still want to give you our thanks. Thank you, Great Riva. Come on, Shiren, let's go enjoy zero reward whatsoever. From now on, I think I'll have people call me the miracle-making ferret. That sounds pretty cool, right? You didn't do anything! You didn't help us fight monsters. You just took all the credit. And then hijacked the narrative when we finally completed our goal. Huh, what a strange bunch. A little cheating every once in a while isn't such a bad thing. See, even he admits it. Those willing to exchange their lives for others will find that fate tends to side with them. Isn't that right, my dice? Aha. Hey, there's a crowd gathering over there. Shiren might as well be Waltz Queen. Hey, what's going on? What's all the commotion? I was hoping that too, Haretsu. Oh, your illness has been healed. That's why we're all celebrating. Wow, that god of destiny really does work fast. I mean, he's also the god of time, so of course he works fast. Let's go talk to Jirokichi and Oyu now that she's all better. Come on, Shiren. Is this a dream? Are we all just dreaming? It is a dream. It's an amazing one. Oyu's been completely and totally healed. I'm not sure I would even quite classify him as a god, Venetia. But I don't know. I feel like I always have one issue or another with the writing in these kinds of games, especially for omnipotent or omniscient characters, because they're the easiest ones to write generically. But they're some of the hardest ones to write in an interesting way. Where their involvement in the story isn't just, oh yeah, they can do whatever they want, so their influence is boring. Well, yeah, but Hazard, aren't the Borderlands games made by Telltale? Aren't those like choose your own adventure kinds of games? Oh god, Venetia, I can't even name off the top of my head 3 omniscient characters in games I've played. It's not a dream. I'm all better now, see? I'm fine now. I feel so much better than even before I was bedridden. I was worried about you for a while, but I didn't think it was possible to actually change fate. I told you, Jirokichi can do anything that he puts his mind to. I knew the god of destiny wouldn't forsake those two. I mean, he was going to. Until I started scarfing invincible grass. Borderlands is made by Gearbox. The Choose Your Own Adventure ones, I'm guessing you mean Choketh came later. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, Tales from the Borderlands. Okay. Borderlands is a Schluter. Well, that tells you how familiar I am with Borderlands. Thank you, Yamatan. I appreciate your joining us for this. I do not have any plans to play Sekiro anytime soon. I've already done a full playthrough of it off stream, and I feel like that was enough. But I will probably be playing Elden Ring, since I've been working on the official strategy guide for it. But that will come at a time when I am not burned out on Elden Ring. Well done, Jirokichi. Now you make sure to take care of Oyu from now on, too. Yeah, me too, Mantis Man. No, Denim, I don't think so. Of course, you don't have to tell me twice. Oyu, I hope that you'll be happy with Jirokichi. Grandma, thank you. Shiren, Kopa. I'm so happy for you, Jirokichi, and you too, Oyu. I ran off without properly thanking you guys first. Thank you so much. This is all thanks to you, Shiren and Kopa. I wouldn't have managed to change her fate without you two. There's no way I could have possibly done this on my own. At least he understands that. That's not true. It was your love for Oyu that brought miracles to your aid, Jirokichi. No, it was my stockpile of invincible grass and swift grass, Kopa. You were there. Breakfast went to bed, Hazard. Me too, Lady Luck. Yeah, Venetia, that's a pretty accurate way to put it. I enjoyed the one playthrough of Sekiro that I did, but I don't really feel like I need to play it again. It's a game that I think I would enjoy most as a one playthrough game. Venetia, what Elixir Syndrome? I used them. I literally burned through them, and stockpiling them was a good idea. You two have given me a second chance at life. I'll never be able to express enough gratitude to repay you both. Oh, and they all have bowing animations. Ah, well, don't worry about it. We just saw a grand adventure and couldn't resist. It's what we do. Yeah, see? Very predictable. Very, very predictable writing. Well then, Shiren, are you ready to head out? We got to see you all healed up, so we're pretty much done at this village. Oh, okay. Hey, wait! Oh. Don't need to be in such a hurry to leave. Yeah, feel free to relax at the village for as long as you like, I insist. Thanks for the offer, but we're more used to sleeping out in the wide open fields. I'll tell you something about sleeping out in wide open fields, chat. I have done it a lot. And it is not all it's cracked up to be. I figured, Venetia. I see. Oyo, I hope you're finally able to have a happy life. Yes. Shirokichi, you better not make Oyu cry, or else. Yeah, Kappa, I know. It sucks, Fontez. Me too, Devilish. All of the camping trips my parents forced me to go on when I was a kid turned me very decisively into a completely indoor person. If you're ever in the area, let me know. You're always welcome here. Well, we're off now. Goodbye, everyone. Ah, Venetia, be careful. There are people here who have not yet played Persona 5. Devilish outdoors is nice when you're going through it to get somewhere else that's indoors. Yeah, Bone, it's not great, especially not with so many terrible diseases that are passed on by ticks now. Take care, may the tailwind of Kron be with you. Okay, well... Oh, that's it! We did it! Dev team! Hey! Well, we did manage to finish one game in 2022. The tutorial in Lino? What are you talking about? Yikes, Bone. That is no good. Yeah, Hazard, I've had enough of sleeping in tents, in sleeping bags on thinsulate pads, with tree roots and rocks under my back, having to subsist off of just unseasoned fish that we've caught. Devilish, I always try to finish what I start. I try not to start a game that I don't plan on finishing, but the fact that I managed to finish any games in 2022, considering that I've been pretty much spending all my time working on the Elden Ring guide, is an accomplishment, if I do say so myself. 90% of the content is post-credits? Are you serious, Enlino? I mean, I know there were a lot of optional dungeons in the dungeon building or whatever it was, but is that where all the game's content actually is? Really? The Lone Star Tick, Mantis Man, and yes, it should. Is what another FP guide, Venetia? Are you talking about the Elden Ring guide? Because if you are, then yes, that's future press. Fontez, do you realize that tutorial stream was roughly 25% of the time I've spent playing this game? All of the side stuff that isn't in the dungeon center. Oh. Oh, alright, okay. The dungeon house is just the DLC stuff. There's 10 more dungeons with various amounts of story you can unlock. Really? Okay. Which all have their own gimmick and which are almost all longer and harder than the story dungeon. Wow. I see. Well, Enlino, I gotta give this game credit for not front-loading its content, but... Oh, that's silly. Venetia, I've only actually played the more recent 3. I've never actually played the original. I've never played Revelations Persona. I've never played Persona 2, either Innocent Sin or Eternal Punishment. Oops, looks like we got lost. This is your fault, Shiren. You insisted on going right the last... What do you mean, I insisted? I'm not allowed to talk. Any words that come out of my mouth were put there by you, Copa. Don't give me that you insisted nonsense. You're a wanderer, but you've got no sense of direction whatsoever. Hey, look, a road. There's a road. This way, Shiren. Hey, a village. We're saved. We finally found some civilization. Watch it be right back at the same village that we started at. I haven't eaten in 3 days. What do you mean I haven't eaten in 3 days? I'm carrying 3 pots of onigiri and peaches. What is this? Yeah, we're back here. I knew it. This place actually looks kind of familiar, doesn't it, Shiren? Yeah, okay. Venetia, at least one of those games is not something I care to take the risk of streaming on Twitch. Oh, okay, and that's that, I guess. That put us back. Garden of Destiny added to the Dungeon Center. Oh. Oh, hey, there's Daichi-man. Daichi-man? Daichi-man? I don't know if it's meant to... this lunchbox. Oh, hello, Shiren. Excuse me, I was hungry, so I was admiring this lunchbox. Oh, did you wish at the well? It's the blessing of what was in the well. Keep that for yourself. By the way, Shiren, are you happy? If you are, can you share a little bit of your happiness with me? Unless you're going to say that you don't have even the tiny speck of happiness in you. Share happiness with Daichi. Sure? Thank you. Wait a minute, Shiren, you don't seem to be happy at all. What? How do you know that? Why does everybody else decide my feelings and thoughts? That was a joke. Thank you, Shiren. I'd like to take a little bit of your happiness now. Shiren's happiness decreased a little, but in exchange, his heart glowed a little warmer inside. What? How did you Never mind. Thank you. It seems that happiness is something that must be shared. Yes, and clearly it's also something that you can physically manifest and just hand somebody. Waltz Queen, did you not know that? Yeah, exactly, Orange Reaver. Orange Reaver knows. Yes. Yeah, Waltz Queen, it is as Orange Reaver says. You stole your happiness by trauma dumping until you felt better when we were bombed. There we go. I will share the happiness you gave me with someone else to keep this chain going. Until we meet again. Well, Waltz Queen, it's the sort of thing that sometimes you find out about without ever actually having played the game, because it's all over the place that that's who the villain is. And as a result, I just tend to be surprised when people don't know. But it's silly of me to say that, because of course there are people who don't know. Of course not everybody in the world has the same knowledge I have. What's this? Why is there a shield here? A lost red shield is lying on the ground. No, that's fine, thanks. And what was in the well? There's no response. Oh, that's probably because I have a full inventory. Now you would go into a dungeon, leave, and find him again to continue his quest. I see, Denim. I see. I mean, Innocent Art Cat, we can buy happiness in our own universe. Why not this one? Right? What's stopping us? Other than not having money. Oh, the garden holds items you lose when you die. That's what that is. Okay. Venetia, you don't think it was you spoony bard? Well, don't most of us, Devilish. Funny thing about that, though, Devilish, the people who end up rich enough to do that seem to be the ones who stop caring about doing it. Final Fantasy IV, Orange Reaver. It's what the sage Tella shouts at the bard, Edward, whom he blames for the death of his daughter. And yes, Venetia, it is, but it hasn't been in any actual use for about 200 years. What happened with that translation, which ended up as Spoony, was that an intern working under Ted Woolsey found the word Spoony in a dictionary when she was working on the localization of that part of the game, and just used it without regard for the fact that literally nobody has said that word, or had said that word at that point, for about, I don't know, 120, 130 years. So, by definition, its usage was technically correct for the year 1850. And it's not something that anybody, even at the former part of the 20th century, would ever have used in a sentence. In any case, well, Venetia, it was an error in that the choice of words was one that did not make sense to anyone reading the translation. Like, nobody would have known what the word spoony meant, because it's not a word anyone uses. And using obsolete or dead terminology is pretty much as good as making a translation error. Because the result is the same. It makes it impossible for people to understand the meaning of what's being said. Yikes, Himongder. Well, please stay safe. And for my part, guys, I think I'm going to call it here. We've finished at least the main story, and that's enough for me to consider that we've finished the game. It sounds like everything else is, post-game content. Yeah, that's... Like I said, Venetia, it's not exactly an error, but functionally, for practical purposes, it might as well be one. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to go raid my buddy Magnus, who was in here a little bit earlier, and it appears that he is playing the new Star Ocean game. And that could potentially be interesting, although I don't have my hopes up for it. So let's head on over and give Magnus a raid, because he will really appreciate it, and I think that you guys will be... you guys will be very glad to hang out with him. Because he's a good guy, and you should go follow him, and he's cool. So, thank you all very much for joining me. And I look forward to catching all of you next time, whenever that is. I do not know when it will be, but next time I have a break in my deadlines for the guide. So, take care of yourselves, and I'll catch you all then. Good night, everyone.